much more. Even the crackhead who's smoking in Starbucks, like LA is just a magical place. There's no place like LA.
Hey, shout out to I couldn't remember what it was, a Raisin Canes, but Jordan DM'd me and said it's got his like tattoos. It's like red on the outside, and his tattoos are like on the outside of the building and everything. So, yeah, if Post Malone loves Utah, that's a good sign, I think. So you can add that to the list of pros.
Yeah. Place
Post
is the
Malone looks
alpha.
like a coloring book.
Utah is the alpha. No doubt about it. I don't care who you
Yeah,
ask. Dre's got his opinion, but place is
Hey,
amazing. They got a lot of room for growth.
if
Austin's already filled up.
Yeah. I would go
if
to Utah. I ain't gonna lie. I would go to Utah if it makes sense. If I'm making, that money for the move, I'll just put some chains on the Tesla truck and call it a day.
Tesla's truck. Y'all kept talking about that Tesla truck. It must be coming out soon or something. But hey, if y'all like Post Malone, go to your local Raising Cane's. He got limited edition cups. They
This guy, he's never been the same since he came here, Shadow. He fell through the stage. Man, I don't know if anybody's seen him recently.
you know why? It's because he was messing around with all that evil mojo shit, bro. Go look it up, man. I look. I'm gonna just say this right now, bro. Hey, evil exists in this world, bro. Don't fuck around with it unless you know what the fuck it is. Go watch that video where they were touching on, what was that? It was like a stone or some shit. It was obviously cursed, and he was talking about like ever since that day, he's been running into a lot of bad luck. His plane almost crashed. Like, bro, that's why you
He
don't fuck around.
literally, you couldn't have made up what happened. Like this stage, like someone like forgot to like put a piece of the stage in from his own crew, and he found this little hole and went through it. And the hole was like so small that when he was going through it, he broke his ribs and then had a punctured lung, and then like he didn't realize it until like 2 days later. This guy, something going on there, man. I don't know what. I'll have to look into that, Shadow. I don't even want to read about evil. To be honest, I'm not even going to look it up. To be honest,
Too
Look
much
into
Raising Canes, man.
Post Malone. What's up?
Too much Raising Canes. That's what it was. Hefty, little bit of.
Look into Post Malone. I think it was on a TV show or something. This dude, he was like Post Malone. He's a cool dude. I had nothing against Post Malone. I think he's a great artist. I like his music. But this dude was like on a TV show or something. They were told like, look, this place is like cursed, and there's this thing in here. You guys are free to check it out. Don't touch it. Don't whatever. And I'm paraphrasing here. I could be completely off. But basically, the premise is he not only touched it, he held it, was like playing with it, and then something like happened, and he was like spooked, and he like got out of there. But they told him like, bro, this thing is cursed. Like it's for real, like cursed. Like don't mess around with this stuff. And then immediately after that, he almost getting into car crashes, into planes crashes, like that fall through the stage. He's been having a lot of bad luck left and right. And bro, all I know is like when I go down to Louisiana and them guys are all like, "Hey, you want some good spirits? We got some voodoo." Nope, don't play with none of that shit, bro. Because I don't understand it. Only thing I do understand is that the shit's real because I done seen some shit. But other than that, I stay away from it. You tell me something's cursed, I ain't gonna touch it or look at it.
yeah. I mean, I'm just going to listen to you on that. Like, I don't want any part of that.
Yo, so Shadow, what if I can get you 10 animus eggs, but you gotta buy that cursed clone?
Nope. Oh wait, how long the curse lasts though? Hey, cause I can put myself in the safe room for about a month. I'll run out of.
Just run it down.
Hey, look, you can't kill me if
Oh
I
man.
submit myself to an insanity hall. That's all I'm gonna
I
say.
mean,
You're gonna have to find. You're gonna have to Final Destination me, bro, to get me, bro. You're gonna have to unscrew like the ceiling. Gonna have to collapse. The building gonna have to catch on fire. You remember how crazy those death scenes were in Final Destination?
But you got
Man,
the Final
those are.
Destination.
I haven't seen them in years, but yeah, like I legit did not want to go anywhere after. Every time I watch one of those, I'm just like, nope, not going anywhere. I'm just gonna stay here.
What clone is cursed, man? Who are we talking about here?
Yeah, I was just about to ask the same thing. Which clone are we talking about?
I don't know. Depends. Do you want to find out?
Nope.
No.
Let's get him out of
here. yeah, bro. Look, the less we know, the better, man. That's actually what a shaman told me. He told me, he said it's good that you feel that way, because he was like trying to sell me some shit. He was like, it's good that you feel that way, because the curious ones, those are the ones that get into trouble. But the people that stay away, you don't have to worry about nothing. And I was like, bro, you don't have to even tell me twice. I'm already walking away.
That's right.
That's on the hike today with Pump. We was doing some shit we should not have done. And that's how you end up messed up on some dumb shit. That's what all the horror starts. It's like comp. Blown tire. Poof, Arizona. Like, oh, yeah, let's keep going. Like, nah. Reverse.
And that's another reason. Another reason, if somebody's from an area and they tell you not to do something, they probably know better than you. So one of the things that I would always tell people, if you're in the desert, you're in the West Coast, any of that area, don't whistle in the dark. It's just one of those things. Don't ever do it. We don't know why. Just don't do it.
Is that a real thing?
It is a real thing.
Damn. You know what's crazy? Growing up, my grandma always said, like, at night, you don't whistle. Like, you just don't. And to this day, I still don't. And I tell my kids, right? And so there's like the whole thing behind it is like it attracts the bad spirits, like dark spirits and stuff. And you just don't want to deal with none of that stuff. So to this day, I don't do it. And it's one of those things that you don't want to test. Not interested in finding out if it's legit or not. But I've seen some weird stuff growing up, and so I believe 100% in that stuff. So there's a few things that you just don't do.
I never heard that before.
Well, feel free to whistle.
I'm so glad we're having this conversation, because Anya, yes, if you are somewhere and a local tells you something, especially if they're an elder, just listen to them. If you come to Texas and you go to cities that are neighboring the Mexico border, and they tell you, if you go in the forest, if you're hunting or whatever, there's a lot of hunting that goes down here. If you're hunting or camping or whatever in the forest, and you see a tree move, like get up and move, you didn't see it, and you don't talk about it, and it just stays there. That's all you gotta tell me. Guess what I'm not doing? I'm not going into the forest on the border of Texas and Mexico, where there's like miles and miles of just forest area. Hey, man, I'm going to listen to that elder, bro. He knew some shit.
I'm with you, Shadow. I'm not going to go in that forest either. We're on the same page tonight, my man.
No, y'all are. We as in us, because damn that.
Whoa, I'd be running into that forest. Just saying.
You're taking your
and he was never heard of again.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Arch would survive.
He's trying to be on that Post Malone, bro.
I'm gonna meet Post Malone. We're gonna dance and chill. What up?
No, I think Arch will survive it too. He'll come running out the bush with like some shrubbery in his Sperry's. Like, yeah, it wasn't even that bad.
Hey, serious question, bro. Because I'm assuming you're a vegan. Are you vegan?
Pescatarian, if we got to put a label on it.
Okay, so that means you eat fish, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind then. Then it won't matter to you. But I had a conversation with somebody that was vegan, and I was like, it was after, this was a friend. I wouldn't say this a random person or somebody I wasn't friends with. But I was like, I watched a TikTok video, and it was talking about how if you talk nicely to plants, right?
It's true.
like you talk nicely to the plants, they grow like way better, and it's like you have to say positive things. And people are like, "Oh, well, if you say negative things, it's just oxygen." Well, apparently not. You say negative things to a plant, it doesn't work. You have to talk positively to a plant, positive reaffirmment or whatever, and they grow really good.
You know what else works too?
So then my thing is, if that's the case, then what if plants are able to communicate? We just don't understand how communication works. What will vegetarians then eat?
That's a good question. I mean, that's a good question.
Pescatarian, now it don't work that way. But yeah, go ahead.
Good question. But no, that's truth. It's the vibration of the words, the sonics that you speak into anything that's living, anything at all, and it'll change the wavelength of it. You ever seen those water studies where they'll say negative things to a glass of water, and it'll change the vibrations within the water? Or you say negative things to like snow, and it'll change the formations of the snow. It's true. It's all real. That's why we're pumping even in here. But we were talking about this earlier on the hike when he was he was complaining and bitching. I was like, what's the point of bitching? It ain't gonna do nothing but make it worse for you. Speak some positivity to it. It'll make it fun. Make it easier. But that's true. So no, it's the same thing though with, I mean, for you to ask that question about what I'm gonna eat about plants, if y'all out there killing animals that fart and eating those things, like, well, you shouldn't even be worried about what we're saying to plants at all.
No. It was just a question I was asking Caleb. But you know what's crazy about that? There's a glitch, our matrix or whatever you want to call reality, right? Because this quantum theory demonstration of observation shit makes sense, bro. And for those who don't know what it is, please go look it up because it's hurting my brain. This was something that I looked at earlier this week. It's basically, scientists are basically saying in a nutshell, this is the dumbed down version. When they observe a certain thing, the light patterns happen in a certain way. But when they all leave and they don't observe it, the light patterns hit in a totally different way. And they can't explain why when they're actually there observing it, it comes out with a different result than if they don't observe it. That shit doesn't make sense.
Wait. So how do they know if they're not watching it?
Bro, you got to go watch it, bro. They're using some kind of technique to where when afterwards they can figure out where the light like hit this board, right? And then they come back, they'll check out the board and they're like, okay, this is where the light hit. But when they're there observing it, it's a completely different outcome when they watch it happen and then go watch the board. Then if they go out of the room, they let it happen, and then they come back hours later and look at it, it's completely different. They the same time frame, same everything, but just one. The only difference is they're watching it, observe. They're not in the room. They're like behind a glass, and the experiment happens, and then they wait a certain amount of time, then they go check it out. Then if they don't watch it happen, bro, it's just weird, bro. It don't make any sense.
What am I putting into YouTube?
Quantum theory demonstration observation affects reality.
Quantum theory demonstration. Oh, there you go. That's the first thing that pops up. Quantum theory demonstrator.
The double split experiment. It is a light wave pattern that they are watching. The light wave is completely different when it's observed compared to the light wave when it is unobserved.
So what is their like conclusion, or what do they say that?
The conclusion is they don't understand why, when it is observed, the light wave has a different particle wavelength than when it is not observed. That is behind a glass, whatever. Even on
I remember seeing this like a little
even
while
on
back.
Video camera, it's the same wavelength. But if they don't watch it happen and just come back and view the recording, or I guess I don't know how that works, but if they don't watch it actually physically happen and come back and review the data, the wavelength is completely different. Concrete evidence is a totally different pattern, which basically proves things happen differently when it is observed compared to when things are not observed, which then puts into that whole like, oh, what happens if a tree falls? Does it make sound like if nobody observes it. And that's the whole like quantum theoretic type of situation it's about. Sorry, this shit's going way too deep. I can go on. I tell y'all the first thing I said when I joined these spaces, I am a person that consumes random ass knowledge and I get obsessed with it until I get enough of it and move on to something else. So I got a bunch of just random ass shit in my head.
No, I do the same thing. I can appreciate you doing that and sharing, to be honest.
Yeah, oh, thanks, because I've run out of some content. I'm going to watch this stuff.
Just search the double slit experiment. You'll understand.
I'm not Googling any of this.
It's actually safe. It's actually safe, Anya.
So I need one of y'all.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about it. It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I need one of y'all to look at my clone and then describe what it looks like to you, and then we're both gonna not look at my clone, and maybe it will turn into something different.
It might actually be a Murakami DNA. You just
I know, right?
It. We just don't look at it.
Y'all got me looking at Holmes now. Y'all talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever, and I'm over here looking at Holmes and shit. We are everywhere tonight, bro.
Now you're really thinking about moving to Utah, huh? Utah looks good now.
Man, not for real, to be honest. But I'm looking at homes in Santa Monica and Calabasas and West Hollywood, stuff like that.
Bro, expensive as hell, bro.
There's some serious good-looking clones out there, people.
Fire off.
Hey,
what about this guy? 12834. He's fucking cool.
12834.
Hold on. Wait, what's the number again?
I just liked hearing
12834
down a full-blown rabbit hole that I've been down like so many times. It's a fun rabbit hole, Shadow. I'm glad you found it. Shadow's waking himself up.
8619.
Bro, calm down, bro. That shit doesn't make sense, dude.
Well,
it hurt my brain, bro. I was like, this
go back down it.
Oh my god, 10255 pigtails.
Go back in that shadow hole or a rabbit hole. Sorry, shadow hole. Yeah, go down that shadow hole. Go down that rabbit hole and then like let it blow your mind some more, and then I'll give you some more rabbit holes to go down. But that one's a fun one, the double slit experiment.
I can't have my reality breaking. All right, we barely hope.
It's all right. It's too late now, bro. It's already there.
I'll break your
welcome, my friend.
I'll help you break your whole concept of reality, dude.
Nah, so you gotta be careful with Compound, man. Like, you don't want to open that door. My man will just, he'll let you know, and then it's too late. Bring back childhood memories of weird things that you thought you forgot.
I forgot about that shit.
Yep.
Bro, anyways. What if I told you I can break you out the Matrix?
And Morpheus.
No, dude.
Morpheus for real.
The studies that Dre was just talking about, actually, I watched a documentary on it last night. It was called Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. And they talk about the actual universe of the world's collective consciousness and how consciousness can actually affect things. So he was talking about the shape of like snowflake based on specific electronic like brainwaves that you can send water or snow. Like, it's actually studies that have been done, and it's part of consciousness. But they say that all of our consciousness is connected in a specific way. And you just got to be able to tap into it deeper. It's called collective consciousness, though. It's kind of what Dre was tapping on. And I actually just watched it last night. It's the most interesting one, and we won't go down too many rabbit holes. But we also could talk about clones all night, but I don't want anybody not into clones to feel like they're just being left out. So we'll talk about this. So
divine intervention, man. That's how it works.
When 9/11 happened, they had a bunch of random number generators around the world that picked up electronic signals from like consciousness, and they just pushed out random numbers all over the world. But during times of crisis over the last 20 years, these random number generators became less random. Like they started to show more like ones or zeros, which kind of like leads to the electronic pulses that like all of humanity is pushing out being on the same page. We're all pushing out ones or zeros in times of crisis, like kind of alluring to that there's a collective consciousness around the world. And I think that's the studies Dre had touched on before Shadow was talking about the double slit experiment, the collective consciousness studies. Those are super interesting to go down the rabbit hole too.
Yeah, that's that type of stuff, totally bad dude, but that's that type of stuff that Hitler was like fascinated with, because that's why he kept taking what was it, twins, because they somehow, some way, the Nazis were like experimenting on them, and they were like, the reason why they were so fascinated is because they had the ability to somehow, some way, like communicate, no matter how far away they were, like through some type of collective consciousness that they were talking about. Like twins are able to tap in and tap through it to each other, and that's what it was like so fascinating about it or whatever. But there has been a lot of studies have done that are like shown that as humans, we somehow, some way, like, sometimes it's not always just a feeling. It's like maybe it's a sense that we just don't understand how to focus on or how to understand, because with like mothers, they know like when their child is not in the room, not because of like sound, smell, or anything. They just know like their child is not near. You
Climbing
form
on a counter or something. I know he's on a counter out there in the kitchen.
It's feelings, man. You tap into a different state of mind where you don't think, you feel, and then you have that intuitive energy that leads you in a direction. Kind of like we going down a super rabbit hole. Kind of like the movie Donnie Darko, if you saw that, right? And you remember the part of the movie where everybody had their own trails and it was leading them to the same place. Like it becomes on that level if you start tapping into that intuitive thought, and then you only get to that place by sitting in stillness and being able to meditate to tap into a higher level of consciousness. And then your whole reality shifts, just like you're talking about when you're looking at things from a different perspective. Your entire reality shifts because you start thinking from a different wavelength, and you start to tap into instead of 3D, start tapping into 4D and fifth dimension, and going down a whole nother rabbit hole doing that stuff. So yeah, it's all real life, right? And you can even read the CIA having their paperwork out there on the internet talking about all of the studies that they did in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that showcase all of these things, even like astral projection and
that frequency stuff.
Yeah, it's all real. Reality is exactly what you make it out to be, depending on what wavelength you are on. That's what shapes what you live and what you go through.
So for everybody that's confused out there, we say all that to say, hopefully, Animus is able to connect to our clones through a collective consciousness. And yeah, I don't know where else to go through that.
Hey, that was a good one. You was taking off on that one. I want y'all to be honest. Like, honestly, the people who create these projects think in this manner, and that's all I'll say. So it's not too far out to be having these conversations now, because it all stems from the same thought process, just played out in a different form, a different reality.
Yeah, I've been actually looking at the silhouettes on this Animus just to kind of tie it back to clone stuff, so people don't start leaving. But I've been actually looking at these silhouettes, man. Bro, I don't know what types, but I've been like coming up with different weird types in my head. I could tell just kind of by I guess you would say the outline from Pokemon. They've kind of put in my brain that certain styles or certain things, like for instance, like a ghost type Pokemon, they have like flames, and they're more circular in nature, and they don't have like certain limbs because they more or less like float. I see there's like some Animus that look like they're more circular, and it looks like they have like a flame on their cap or something. You got like some that look like they're like dragon type because they have like, wings and four legs. You got one that looks definitely like it's water related because it looks like an outline of a shark. But have y'all actually taken a look at some of these silhouettes and just kind of like theorize kind of like how many different types of animus there might be out there, because this shit looks incredible, man. I'm counting at minimum like 12 different DNAs, I guess you would call it. Not traits, but DNAs.
Like, yeah, so I see like some of the winged animus, I see like some clone traits too, and then I see some of them, like I think of like the elements that were introduced in some of the side quests. So and Tevi can probably name them off, but I see some of those like in that animus, but I haven't been able to 8+. How many DNA do we have? 8, and then there's like 4. I think different. What are they called? Like essentials or whatever it's called. Tevi can do a better job explaining this part too. But 8 times 4 would be 36. If you could crossbreed like that. I don't know how that. I'm trying to figure out just from a math perspective.
Yeah, sorry, Baron. I was like in the DMs trying to do something else. What are you talking about, the DNAs for the clone, or
yeah? So what are they called? Like the side quest there was 4 of each. Like we had 4 crypto kicks. We arguably had 4
the
items
elements.
from Momoas. Yeah, we've got
Yeah,
4 worker bots elements. I was calling them essentials. So if you take 8 times 4 or however many DNA. Is that going to be a good way to come out with how many types of animus you could have? That's what Shadow was asking. It was kind of like, how many different types of DNA do you think you could end up having?
If I go back, I'm trying to remember. Actually, Benoit said something about I think at least 20. He said something. I'll have to find the tweet that he had out there, but he said at least 20 different type of animus.
That sounds about right. Because I'm looking
Yeah.
at the thing here, and as I'm looking, I'm like, so if you look at the ones that are on all 4s, right? Look at their horns or their tails. Like they all have like this thing at the end of their tail, but one has like what looks like a flame, one has what looks like a star, but they all seem like they're part of the same DNA. Then you have what I'm just gonna call like robots, or it's the one on that Discord. If you go to Artifact Discord, it's the one on the like right hand side. I don't even know what that's called, but I'm seeing that same stylized too, where it's like a round kind of like oval head and like 2 arms, and they look like they're floating. And I think in the animation it was actually flying through the air. But then you got one where it's like his hands have like 2 huge spikes coming out. Then you got another one where it's like 2 halos are flying right next to them. And then you got this one over here that looks like he's mentally gravitating like some huge stones to the side of him. But they 3 look like a DNA. So if you really look at them, like go after the creature type or the outline of these creatures on the black and yellow background, and you can definitely kind of like count up. I think it was 12 different ones so far, but yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, and the only other thing is like they did say too that the way I think that's actually written down in the FAQs, like the way they're approaching rarity is going to be different here. So yeah, it's honestly, I'm like very hyped like about Animus and like the way they're looking to potentially differentiate this from everything else that's been done before. Like, I don't know what that means ultimately and how they're approaching it, but it sounds like it's going to introduce some pretty interesting things, right? So I don't know, man. Like every interview, and believe me when I say that I've re-listened and listened to like every little word they've said around this topic. But everything sounds like it's gonna be something fresh. Um, there might be some recycled stuff, but it's definitely going to introduce some new concepts and new mechanics, and I think that's exciting for the space overall. Which is why I grabbed more Animus eggs. Honestly, I dropped one of my clones, picked up more eggs, and I'm hunting for that wolf. I don't know what else is in there, but I need a wolf. I need a wolf.
Yeah, I want at least one wolf, but I'm definitely like a fighter type / dragon type. So, at least for my Pokemon days, I see there's gonna be a lot of like cute chaser type of Pokemon. So that's always good because my wife will love animus like that, and that's how I'm trying to get her into this Web3 stuff. Because I mean, she's interested in it, but she likes things like Stardew Valley, Dreamlight Valley, like those like Pokemon, those like collect them, go at your own pace and have fun with it type of games. Not saying this is going to be a game, but just collecting in general, right? Or farming, gathering. And I can definitely see this style appealing to a lot of people. But yeah, I just want to know more about it as well too. But what
Do
I
you
was
know,
going
do
to,
you know why I like that? Do you know why I like the wolf?
because
Like
it
my
looks.
favorite, nah, because my favorite Pokemon of all time is Lucario. Like fighting type,
Ooh,
looks
yeah.
like Anubis,
One. Hey, but
and
wolf,
yeah,
I put it together. That red is the same red as the demon background, and it has
let's go. Mm-hmm.
icy blue eyes, man.
Yes,
Whoa, whoa,
sir.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Here we
Ooh,
Yes,
go.
sir.
we gotta
Yes,
calm these
sir.
people down.
Now you're getting
Uh,
it. Now you're getting it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
So,
the wolf
anyways,
right there. Okay, I know which one is the outline for the wolf now. Yeah,
yes, sir. It's gonna be epic.
top top left. Yep. I want to know what the one of one. What does the one of one animus look like? Because there's always one.
Isn't it that one at the top? Isn't it
Oh,
Nike?
you think so?
Yeah, man, it's got to be Nike, man. She's Queen of Victory. She's
Yeah.
up there at the
Well, see,
top.
because I was thinking it was a part of those like robotic flying type. Because if you look at that still image that they posted on the Artifact Twitter page, right underneath the video, you got 4 things flying or 5 things flying in the air. I think the one on the right, the one in the middle, and the one on the left, they all look robotic. And I think that's a DNA in itself, but I could be completely wrong. I mean, maybe there's a one of one for each DNA type. I mean, that would be really cool. This one, the one that I think does not get a lot of hype for some reason, on that same still image, there's one animus in the back, and it looks straight up like a Digimon. This dude has a gigantic drill arm, and on his right arm, and then the other arm, he's like pointing forward. And I haven't really seen too many people talk about that one, but that one looks pretty sick. But yeah, man, I feel like this is going to be one of those projects where this is why I want the 20,000 extra. Cause I think, yes, if you get 20, like if you get some now, you'll probably get, I mean, however many you can afford, but most people will probably be between 1 or 3 or whatever. I would just hate to, go through the experience and be like, oh man, that's it. Like I don't have any more. Now I just got to pick some up off the floor because it's going to be the same thing with the vials, right? You hatch the eggs. I mean, it's every time they give you the option to reveal or not to reveal, there's always going to come a point where the ones that are left remaining are always going to be extremely expensive. So trying to stack when you can is always recommended. But yeah, I would like to see 20,000 more, but I hear the community. I'm not saying that my opinion is correct. I mean, maybe it could be dilution, but I don't think. I think there's more to this thing than just opening and having. I think there's going to be a lot of mixing and matching as well too. So we'll see.
if you guys want a wolf
And I
so
just,
bad, why
yeah, go ahead.
why do you guys think the method of trying to reveal it yourself is the best method rather than staving the liquid and just buying the wolf when it's for
Oh,
sale
I'm
from
doing
somebody?
that too. I'm doing
You
that
know what I mean?
too. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? There's something about actually revealing what you're hoping for that can be beat. And that's the reason why, like the egg that I actually claimed from my clone, my demon clone, like I'm not selling that guy. Like whatever it is that comes out of that, like I'm gonna keep that. I get the extra eggs if I'm being honest, because I want to up my chances at potentially revealing a wolf, because that to me would be epic. But if luck is not on my side, I will likely sell some and grab a wolf. But the reality is, there's probably a ton of different animuses that I don't even know if that's like how you say it, like these, yeah, animuses, anyways, whatever, that are not even revealed yet, right? So there's gonna be some stuff that we don't even know currently exist, and so I think the higher the number of eggs that you have, the more chances you have at getting one of those super cool new ones that we don't even know about yet. Um, and ultimately, like I'm looking at the little poster right now. I'm not a big fan of the little robot guy that's like floating around at the front. Like I'm not a big fan of that one. If I was to get that one, I'd probably sell it. Um, but Shark Bro, love Shark Bro. Like I'd be cool with that. Like the little guy that's bouncing on the back for sure. I like the Leafeon. Like I like him too. So that's like there's a few that I can see creating like little storylines with them. So you know, but I definitely need a wolf. Like at the end of the day, I need a wolf.
Yeah, for me, man, it's just the only reveal I've ever been a part of is the monolith box. That's it. I have always joined these projects after reveal because that's normally when it's the cheapest. And with me working with a limited amount of Ethereum back in the day, I didn't really want to dive too hard into NFTs like I did crypto because in my head I was like, you don't really know enough about these projects other than the friends telling you, oh yeah, get one, man, it's gonna be cool, right? So what I'm trying to say, participate in a mint or hold and then wait to reveal. I was always jumping in the day of reveal, looking at what was revealed and trying to snipe one that somebody had just revealed or was listing on floor. And you are right, Compound. Like that is the cheapest way, definitely, to do it. But with this, and because there's going to be so many different types, and a lot of them I do like, I will open up a few just to see what I get. And unless I absolutely hate it, I'll probably keep all the ones out of my 10 because I'm going for 10 eggs before this thing launched. And then afterwards, we'll just go after the wolf if we don't pick it. But I don't think we got to worry about it because I'm pretty sure wolf is connected to demon DNA. So
It
I'm pretty
looks like it, doesn't it?
these robots are connected to robot DNA. The reptilian ones that look like the rhino and this dude that looks like an armadillo in human size, they're connected to reptile. Like I can see the DNAs having
Wait, Shadow.
what's
How's
up?
a rhino connected to a reptile? Like that doesn't even make sense.
There's a
Like
halo
the
on the
wolf, I
rhino's
get.
nose.
Yeah,
Bro.
that's like if anything, yeah, that's probably the connection there. That's an angel.
He's talking about that shark.
Angels get rhinos.
Well, angels are definitely getting that flying creature that's in that still photo
Yeah.
to the
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
left
they're not getting that one.
because
Like
that
I
same color.
will veto that. Like I'm vetoing that. They don't. Angels can't get like that super fancy animus too. On top of having the good skin and all that stuff going on for them.
No,
Hey,
no,
Heck
you talking about
no.
the one on the top left, not the one in the middle, the one that's right above the robot's head.
the lion.
The lion, the sphinx,
Oh
the
yeah, they can have the lion. They can have that guy. That's cool.
yeah.
I'm talking about the one in the back that's like looking super holy. Like
No,
why would they?
No,
that's
that's Nike.
for the robots, man.
Wait, what? You think that little flying like glimmer of heaven is a robot up there? At the
Yo,
top?
somebody better put it up at the top and make everybody guess what the hell y'all are talking about.
All
Okay,
right, how do I do that?
Everybody, everybody's like, what the fuck are these guys looking at? They're talking. They're talking to themselves, looking at a picture that nobody else even can see.
so
Leave
I
it
don't
like
need
a
to look at
radio
the picture.
show.
Yeah,
We don't
that's
have
funny.
it.
I got it. I'm putting it up top right now. But Baron, that's definitely a robot. Those three in the air, the one on the left, the one in the middle, and the one on the right, you can't tell me those are not robots, bro. Those are definitely robot DNA right there. The dude has flame coming out the back of his propulsion system, bro. And the one in the middle is like flying with the power of light or some shit, bro. Those are robots, man.
Yeah,
And robots don't get enough love, bro. So they deserve
they
it.
are. They're
Yeah.
freaking robots, and those are like 3 evolutions of them. And then are these little worker bots, man, that have transformed?
Bro, I have no idea what those things are.
Yo, you know what though? Like the tiny little guy up front, that's like front and center.
Yeah.
That one could be a worker bot,
Doesn't
like
he?
an evolved worker bot. He does look like he could be.
He does, dude. That's another 10,000 right there.
Hey, but you know what? Like we don't. You know what's funny? Like we don't even see not Coda in this poster. You notice that?
Yeah, where is Coda? Maybe
He's
Coda.
not here. What if not Coda?
Yeah, but he's
has
not
the
on our
armor?
team. He's not on the team, dude. Remember, we were showing him the place. I don't know if maybe he's part of some other team, man.
I mean, she brought him along. She waved him over, so I mean, he's always up to no good. But I mean, he's got.
He looked like he hadn't been there before. Remember? I don't know, man. You're right.
He tripped on stuff.
So on second thought, I'll say this. On second thought, let me say this. So looking at the photo, we're gonna start from top to bottom. The flying robot that's in red on the left-hand side, that's robot DNA. The Sphinx behind or underneath it, that's Angel. The Rhino, I will say, is Angel because that gold, like Halo stuff, looks like an Angel. The robot up front, I am unsure. Maybe it's a worker bot. That robot in the back is either Demon or it is also a robot. The one in front holding the egg, that's definitely Reptile. Up top is Reptile. And then the one in the middle is definitely Robot. The one to the right of the egg holder in the middle is either Demon or Reptile or possibly Undead. Because instead of going with like zombie,
that's an alien. That Leafeon, that's an alien. Look at the eyes.
Yep, you're right. That is definitely an alien. So that's an alien. The wolf is a demon, and then what is that black one then on the right hand side? Is that an alien too or an undead? Because my thing is, how are they doing undead? If this is all speculation, everybody's listening, we can be completely wrong. But I am most interested in how they can do undead because they can do undead really cool or different. Let's just say that because you can go undead like spirits. You know, I think that's just not as fun. But if you do like undead, like really cool, like things like I was talking about, like an undead like dragon or. I'm talking about like Game of Thrones type of vibe.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
If they have an undead dragon in this collection, Game of Thrones style, I'm an ice demon. I already know. I am an ice demon. Like oof.
Yo,
the
Tevi,
the tiger.
In Shadow, that ain't the wolf. Looks like he has a bag tag on his tail, like a Ramoa bag tag.
Yeah, his tail. If you look at the concept art, he's like got his tail like zipped up or something like, or his arm or something.
Oh, it is. It's a zipper.
Yeah,
he's fashionable. He's a fashionable wolf.
Guy's
tight. That wolf is so fire, man.
I'm going after the shark. He's the OG.
Shark bro, yeah, like Shark bro. I need one of those too, to be honest. Like, I mean, he's the muscle. Like, you can't look at him. Like, just
bro, do y'all
so menacing.
Do y'all think Animus talks, bro?
Yeah.
Like Digimon style, bro?
I think they do.
They talk. Pokemon can't.
I mean,
if they can't talk, this is a very well coordinated rescue attempt with the egg.
But I don't think they stole the egg. I mean, they have the police chasing them.
Oh, it's just one of their teammates that hasn't hatched yet. They're trying to bring him along, man. He can't even walk yet.
Unless they're leading the charge and the cops are, their backup. That could be. No, I think they're leading the charge.
They're running from the PD.
Nah, what? I think they're the good guys. They're like superheroes, right? Like they show up, the cops are in the back, kind of like securing the perimeter, and they're going in and laying down the law. I think that's what this is.
Yeah, and there is a shoe on the billboard on the bottom right in the background, or not bottom, it's kind of towards the middle. And during the animation, you can see the shoe clearly. It looks like a Nike shoe. I know the wolf is wearing some shoes, and I've seen the Murakami Animus wearing shoes. I don't know if shoes are going to be another layer to this thing or not, but if so, that would be kind of crazy.
Wouldn't the crypto kicks being introduced be the perfect shoe? Not
They
the
would be.
not the CIRLs, the crypto dunks.
Yeah, they would be. Because you could
Mhm.
like pop in a different vial and
Yeah, that's
you
the
know
digital shoe that we got from season 1, and then the physical shoe is the CIRL and the Air Force Ones, and the CIRL will have the type of technology that people hope for in the dunks. You know, not with the screen, but it's going to have like you're going to be able to physically claim NFTs and shit with those shoes. You're going to have. I think eggs could be distributed that way. You know what I mean? And that's a good way to distribute the eggs over time.
You think was that Murakami DNA or Murakami Animus? Was he wearing Murakami shoes?
Yep.
I don't know, bro. Hey, that would be interesting, bro. That would be very interesting. I mean, they did say, like, when I was watching the interviews, the one where they were wearing the funny hats, I think it was about 7 months ago, they were talking about how, like, their background is video game skins, like, you know, and they do want to be as big as, like, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, man. Like, look, you can throw some kicks on your animus. You can't tell me if people could throw kicks on Pokemon, bro, you can't tell me they wouldn't hop on that.
Yeah, they're going to hop on this. Shadow, jump on. We got the kicks and we already got the vials that match up with the DNA that we're talking about. I mean, it's all there. It's perfect.
Do we think? And see, somebody's gonna have to stop me because I'm just like I'll just keep
man,
coming
I'm
up.
ready.
Don't stop them.
Honestly, like
Don't stop
I'm
them.
ready. I'm ready for the announcement of the announcement to drop like another one. Like we need that. Like let's cue that up. Let's cue the announcement of the announcement tomorrow.
Now,
That would be dope. That would be dope.
hey,
It's been a
You
week.
want Shadow and I to write it?
Yeah, chat GPT it.
Chad.
And
But no, seriously, I was thinking, what if? I think people might be more disappointed with this. What if you? What if you don't just get animus out of the eggs? What if you can get other things like? I don't know if this would be too morbid or something, but like you could possibly get like I don't know, just DNA or material or something. Like maybe the egg fails. Maybe during incubation is not a guarantee that the incubation goes through all the way, but you can maybe use the materials. I don't know. That might be a little bit too morbid, but I know in Pokemon you can go to like certain Poke stops and stuff and it gives you material. I do think possibly with this type of ambitious project there's a form of material or something that is possibly going to be needed. Sorry, I'll be right back.
It's called Aether and Energy. There was like energies and shit. Shadow needs to go back and watch
Airdrop it to us,
Twitch.
Tom.
He needs to go watch the Twitch thing.
Airdrop it.
All right. We're airdropping it.
Hold on. God, it's been a while since I've been able to say that. Sorry.
Drop it. Drop the old. Just airdrop everything, Baron.
We
I
just
think
need a tweet of Sam in his plane, and we'll know exactly what's going on.
I think if Shadow watches the Twitch stream, he's gonna lose his mind. There's some like
are all over the board. I think the Twitch stream and some of the other videos might get him on some crazy rabbit holes. But he's on point with the energy. They do talk about some energies in there.
Yeah, so I haven't seen this Twitch thing. I actually I plan probably on doing that this weekend because when I sit down and watch those things, I like to really kind of go through it. You know what I mean? So I have seen clips of it. I did see like some eggs falling and things like that, but I haven't watched it from like beginning to end. So hopefully that's still on Twitch somewhere. But yeah, I think that was really cool. Like somebody also told me, they were like, yo, yeah, I like Artifact. Like, yeah, man, they always do some interesting things. Like, they were one of the first to do like reveal at your own pace. I think they were the first to do the boxes after they did a box, and you start seeing boxes pop up everywhere else. And so now they're talking about doing Animus in a different way that we haven't seen before. That's one thing that I will say, that Artifact, when they do something different or something new, they tend to put their own like Artifact spin on it. So it's not exactly what you're used to, but it's easy to understand and it's always like exciting. And then normally people just copy pasta it, and then you'll start seeing it on other projects too.
I don't know how many other projects did like an on cyber live mint. I mean, we did that for Moa. That was so fire. People will never ever like. It'd be cool to go back and write down all the first, and who knows how many things that they haven't even pulled out of their sleeve. Let's go.
But I definitely see with Animus and clones, I can definitely see you building out a like with Animus. You can go. The thing about Animus is you can go so crazy with it because there is no limits. With the clones, there was like a few limits, and the limits really were they have to be human-esque. I know there's some that don't really look human, but they're meant to be avatars. These can be like what we're seeing. They can be rhinos, like crazy robots, like little like dragon spirit looking things. Like this creativity, you can definitely see how crazy things can get. I really want to see all the Murakami ones because I know he's probably putting in some work on those Murakami animals, bro. Just the one that we saw, and I'm sorry, just from the one that we've seen, in my opinion, I do like the wolf a lot, but in my opinion, that Murakami animus, it's the best to me. It's like the what do you call it? It's like the what is that Pokemon called? Snorlax? I think it's like a Snorlax, something like that. It's like
Oh,
big.
Snorlax. Yeah,
Yeah,
Snorlax, like
Snorlax.
that
It's like
Pokemon. Yeah,
big.
sleeping Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like a big, and a lot of people know Snorlax. It's not like the most popular one, but it's definitely a dominant one. And I'm just meaning like body size because when I saw that 3D like holograph thing at the Japan event, like the Animus looks like really big. It was like banging on the window or whatever, or the little panel. And I was like, man, this is a highly detailed, really cool looking Animus. And yeah, with the kicks on too, I want to see all the Murakami ones.
Do you think we'll see
Rose
Max?
Grill?
Go ahead, sorry, Comp.
My bad. What's up, Rose Grill? We see you're in Blender.
I know, watch out. 2D artists are going to 3D. Man, I traded sleep and patience to learn over the last few days, but it feels good because I've been wanting to learn for a while. So fun. And part of why I wanted to learn was to help out in our Sinomine team because Aunt Ben and the rest of the team are cranking away trying to productionalize and get things made. And I'm like, I can't help out, but now I can. I'm trying to get an appreciation of how to apply textures because I was brought on originally to have my art used as UV maps for the wearables. So this was my first attempt to try to make a dress on my own, do the UV map, and then I thought, might as well render something kind of fun. So I did a little AI art for the background.
What hurdles have you run into with Blender that you're just different compared to what you're used to?
I just don't know it at all. So I'm using ChatGPT for help when I'm stuck. And then it's such a faster way than me watching a ton of YouTube videos. So asking for very, very specific things. One hurdle was I put it in a plane or inserted an image as a background, but that doesn't really do it. So you just have to learn as you go. And ChatGPT is my friend at this point, which is really good. It's like step by step, click this, click there to do this. And I'm like, sweet. So if you can imagine it, ChatGPT can help you with Blender too.
There's a crazy ChatGPT Blender plugin, apparently. You could just ask it to do things, and it'll do it in Blender. Well, I need someone like Blender to test it out, because it'd be...
I heard. I'm going to try too. I heard it's good for like maybe backgrounds and settings. And then, I think let's try with some basics. It'd be cool. I do want to learn it properly, though. And so I wanted to share that the only reason why I started diving into Blender was for because the Clone Tools seems a little glitchy right now, and so we needed to get some clones rigged for the DressX project. So we were all kind of stuck and like, let me just figure it out then. Let me rig it the old school way because I didn't learn since Clone Tools had come out. It was just so automated for us. So started doing that, and then it's that Blender rabbit hole, which is so fun, honestly. Really cool to do.
I'm gonna set a goal once I get this new computer set up that I'm gonna get in Blender or get in Unreal. You know what? I'm gonna have Cass on a Discord video with me, and we're gonna be doing some Unreal Engine 5. I saw what that man can do in Unreal Engine 5.
Man, I was blown away by Unreal. Like, I honestly, after I saw that, I was like, you know what? Maybe I need to just start paying a little bit more attention to Unreal. Because, like, that everything was, I don't even know how he did it, but that was so on point. And he's like, oh yeah, guys, this is my first one. No big deal. I've never done this before. First animation.
Just some light
I'm
work.
like, really? Like, okay. Motivation though. Like, that looked so good, man. I was like, Unreal. I need to start looking deeper into that. That's a pretty powerful one, but there's only so many hours in the day.
He's done that to me before, man. I think, like, oh yeah, well, I just started editing videos just a little bit ago, and he like sends this crazy video. But we're gonna talk about him. He's coming up. But I will say he's a genuine dude because I asked him about his video editing software once, and he told me what he was using. What up, Cass? And then he's like, if you want to hop on a video, I can walk you through how to do it. I was like, what? I'm gonna cash that check in on some Unreal Engine 5 schooling. That's what I'm gonna do. He offered, man. You offered,
I
Cass.
might join in the Discord just for it. I might join. I might hop in for that.
No. You can't just
come
around.
Nah. Stay on that side, Tevington.
Or just
Stay on that side, Tevington.
Stay right on Twitter. We had a good time in the Discord this weekend. We had like 30 people in there. It was good. Cass, what up? When are we doing an Unreal Engine 5 course? When I get my computer?
The Church of Unreal welcomes all at any time. It's definitely become an addiction for me now after realizing what I can do. But shout out to free software and free information and fucking ways. I was actually riding my bike and I'm listening, and the fact that you use ChatGPT to answer questions is like probably the most genius thing I've heard of. Because trying to figure out like technical questions or like how to answer it with YouTube, I just literally watch YouTube videos, fast forward as much as I can through. If there's not like a specific answer, I'm like, all right, moving on. And yeah, I might have to steal the ChatGPT idea, but yeah, I think anybody's capable of learning a lot of this stuff. It's just what do these buttons do? How does this game work? Kind of question. Like the friend who invites you over to play a video game and then either shows you the instructions or just hides it from you and tells you to figure it out. And I think I'm the friend who's going to be like, here's the manual, let's sit down and study it together.
I practically just started using Bard.Google or ChatGPT as a search engine. Bard.Google is free. It has access to the internet. And ChatGPT, if you have the paid version, you can access the internet. But I've been just using it as a search engine lately. Like my roommate was up here making some crazy dish that she had seen Shauna make for dinner one time, and all these different recipes. And I asked Bard for the recipe for everything, and it listed out exactly how to do it. And I just texted it to her. You could ask it anything, honestly. Better than a search engine. That's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to learn Unreal Engine 5. I'm going to have Bard on my left screen and Cass on video and Discord walking me through it on the right screen. Like, the Bard Cass combo has to be undefeated.
We need that date set. It needs to be broadcasted, saved, all that. And then my other cheat is as I use ChatGPT, I'm using a Notion workbook to save all my different prompts so that I can go back to it and not have to go through the ChatGPT interface because that's pretty clunky.
Rose is the most efficient person I've ever like, mother, learning new skills, just casually throwing all this stuff together, no biggie. Because I thought
Trying.
your post today, I thought you just already knew Blender. I was like, oh shit! I was like, she just put out another dope render. That's cool. I didn't even think about the fact that you're getting started. So you won't be ahead of everyone soon enough.
Thanks. A lot of good tips just from people sharing when they post, like what they did. So I should do the same, like pay it forward and break down like what I did, because it was initially just like, oh, clone tools, do a pose, wear my clothes, but my clone has the plainest clothes ever. It's a black t-shirt and the sandals and the joggers. So I'm like, dang, every time we go into like Hyperfi and on Cyber, I'm like, I need an outfit upgrade. And so I thought, I've been working with the Phenomena team to try to design things for upcoming season, but I've always wanted to try to make a dress. So this was my attempt to create a dress, use my art, and then is it Mixamo for poses and whatnot? So learn how to do that, bring it back in, use AI, figure out the background. I wanted to make the floor like a water, I guess like black liquid water as a mirror, but I couldn't get it quite right. So that's okay. A reflective surface was good enough for the first one, because I thought I'm either going to spend 4 more hours trying to figure this out or just ship it, get it out there. But yeah, thanks for the encouragement. It's so fun. Like I could see why you do one and you're like, what else can I do? And I actually figured out how to do I wanted to have the effect of like falling ashes or sparks. And so I figured out how to do the plane with the particle emitter, but I couldn't figure out the animation part. So that's next. And then Tevi, I see you with your camera angles and panning. So I want to try that too. But so much detail in everything that people put out. I'm like, wow, until you finally try to do one, like you don't have an appreciation of like every little thing has to be considered for it to be final. So that production aspect is just so cool.
I'm not gonna lie, Rose. I was looking at the shading on the legs and the body of your clone, and that is so fire. Like, like I've been like with all of the ones that I do, like I try to recreate, like the right shading and everything. But yours it looks so good. Like the metallic reflection and everything was so on point. Like that's one thing that I still I need to get better at, is like how do you utilize the different shading techniques and stuff to get that finish. Like I've been cheating, honestly, and just kind of utilizing either the presets from the textures that we get and retouching those. But I really like the metallic like reflections that you had on yours. So, like it was like so cohesive. Looked super clean. Yeah. No, I saw that and I was like, man, that looks so good.
I don't think I know what I actually did. It's just the robot texture and then some lighting, and I think just upping the resolution or the high res. Figured out how to do the images in 4K, and that helped a lot because everything else was like super grainy before. But the lighting, I'm like, oh my god, if someone has cheats on lighting, please help, because that seemed to take like the longest. This felt more clunky than everything else in the scene, but it's a flat image in the background, so for me, like I haven't staged it with like proper stuff either.
I've done that. Like that's kind of how I started. Like I started like with like finding like a really cool picture and just using like a flat plane and just like slap it on there, and then it's really just the right angle and it looks super good. And like you wouldn't even know. So yeah, I was like, I looked at that render and I'm like, man, that's so on point. And you're like, oh, that's my first. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, can I tell you? I blended a painting of mine with a prompt to get the background because my paintings just didn't work. Like it's like too floral. So that was fun. But I'll post the prompt in the image output because it looks really, really great. I just picked a small portion of it for the picture, but I was like, wow, that prompt was solid.
Well, keep them coming. I love it.
But yeah, I hopped up because of the Animus talk. I think it was at Shadow talking about incubation and whatnot. And I just thought, to take a page out of nature. There's like the what was it, nurture versus nature aspect. So what's in the egg, but for incubation and like the types of pods and who perhaps that would be kind of fun. Like who helps incubate it, and we pass it around, that you kind of absorb a little bit of the characteristics of either the clone holder or the DNA at least. But yeah, I agree. Like it opens up such a huge realm of fun and like possibilities of what it could be while it is incubating before, I guess, hatching.
That's honestly what I'm hoping for. That, you know, and I go back to the that one or maybe like 30 seconds of Yarlin saying, you know, pods are gonna open like some interesting. After that, I think I'm gonna try to find that clip. I'm gonna clip it and post it tomorrow. But
Yeah.
just that little bit of alpha he gave, and I was like, man, I am so there. Like whatever we're bringing with this one, it's going to be next level, and that's. I was like, let me, if I can infuse any of my demon DNA into that and the Murakami DNA into that, and shoot, the elements can go in. The animuses that come out of the eggs that I have are going to be super OP. Like, beyond OP, I'm just saying. We can do some nurture to the max on these, it's going to be pretty epic. I'll keep it cooking for as long as we need to get all that stuff blended in. But when
I feel
it
like
comes
it'll
out,
give some good interactions type. You wouldn't you agree? Like if we had to like cooperate or like, you know,
yeah.
help and assist, like that's the gaming or the gamification side. I think that would be really good for just not just our community, but to welcome other people in, you know. That'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be like I really want to know what the mechanics are. And I know that we all do. I you know, and I keep hoping that since we get the little trailer, it's a lot sooner than a lot later. Like as in like the next couple of weeks here, we get some stuff, but man, like I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know. I wanna know.
Guys, this MacBook will not start. I'm here listening, and it just will not start. I had it fired up earlier. You know, I'm over here troubleshooting on my phone while I'm trying to get it started. These things should just be easier. Just, you know what I mean? They should just be easier.
It needs a coil spring.
Nah, bro. It'll leaf. Hey, I need a leaf spring for this MacBook. I broke my leaf spring on this MacBook, and then its tire popped.
Did you clear the cache
during my lap
on boot?
No, it won't even turn on, bro. I had it on earlier. I just swapped out the screens, and I had it all on and powering up earlier, and I unplugged it to let it run on battery, and it shut down, and it hasn't turned back on since. But I'm gonna troubleshoot after this space. We shall see, bro. This is my old one that I'm putting a new screen on, so Shauna has like a computer for school. And it's only a 2018, and it ran fine. The screen just needed to be replaced. But you can't start a project without more things going wrong, you know? Like I was replacing brakes today, and one of the gaskets broke on the piston that pushes the brake in. So I got to get a new gasket for that. You gotta run into problems on projects, or it's not really a project. That's how it works.
Can I ask Trey if there's any updates to the next meetup, CloneX LA event?
No updates yet.
Okay.
I'm still waiting on updates of the updates.
Great. I need to book flights. I got stuff to do. I gotta get hotels. And you're telling me that I don't have no dates?
Don't you just have to drive up the
Yeah,
coast?
that's my situation. Okay, I'm just gonna preempt it and book something for those weekends in advance because I'm a planner. I can cancel rather than pay out the nose for a last minute. So
Rose
thanks, Ray.
booked out.
You mentioned, yeah. I just August, right? Just around
Booked out
August.
the whole month.
More
No, you
September
said
now.
September.
Yeah, more
Yeah,
September.
September. Let's do
Oh,
September. That's better.
okay, cool. So I'll just book every weekend of September just to hedge.
Oh, Rose, I was backing you up. Like, I was just saying the things that I know you in your head were yelling. Dre, I need dates. I need to be able to get a flight. I got hotels to book. I gotta plan this shit. I'm a planner. I'm booking out the whole month. Every day of September, I'm booking it out. I'll cancel anything I don't need.
Waiting for the announcement of the announcement.
And I'm glad you're doing September now, though, because so I just found out I gotta go to Tijuana like at the end of the month here. Then obviously August I'm across the world, right, in the Philippines. Then I come back, and then I have to fly to Galway, Cork, and Ireland, right at the last week of the month there. So September, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna be tired, but depending on when you have it, I'm definitely gonna show up for that. So excited to finally meet you guys in person. Yeah, so that will be cool.
All this time it feels like I already know you, man. Like I already met you before.
I know, and I can't wait to actually ask you in person because there's a question that you still need to answer for me. So when we get in person and it's not on Spaces and stuff, you can tell me.
What's the question? You let me get prep for it.
Nah, I'm gonna hit you with it like right on the spot. It's gonna be great.
What's it like being so tall? I guess. I guess. I
Dre just
got it.
wants to forget how tall he is, man. Quit reminding him. Quit reminding him.
Every day of my life, bro.
Yo, if Tevi, as soon as me and Dre meet you, we're gonna go right deep into conspiracy theories. Just make you so uncomfortable. Having
Oh, it won't even matter because we're in person. Like, I'm not worried about that. Like, if we're sitting down somewhere just talking, I don't really care. But if like a recorded space, people get booted out, there's a talk like, record of all that stuff, that's a little different.
you don't want your social credit score to go down
Nope.
and your CBDCs to be locked up in a few years. I get that.
Nope.
Oh, I get that.
I need that CBDC to hit my wallet, 100%.
In 5 years, you get an email on your government issued email, and it says, "Tevi Lawson, you were in this Twitter space 5 years ago talking about conspiracies. You know that conspiracies are illegal to talk about. Your
Well,
credit score is down."
it's not even that. It's like they're about to approve a Bitcoin ETF, right? So now Bitcoin, everybody's going to be able to buy Bitcoin. It's going to go to the moon. And guess what? Now that it's okay to own Bitcoin, oh, now my AirPods are dying. Hold on.
I'll take it. I got you, bro. I got you. So for
This always
10
happens.
years, 10 years, Bitcoin has been the devil, and it's been bad, and it's been bad for the environment, and you're not allowed to touch it. And they've told you everything they could to make sure you didn't buy it. The whole time they were stacking Bitcoin, getting ready to file their ETFs. And now the news is telling you, I literally just saw a news headline that says, studies show that maybe Bitcoin isn't that bad on the environment. According to new studies, now that the government has or BlackRock has their ETF in place for Bitcoin, like
Fidelity,
if that's
Fidelity,
all
BlackRock,
of them,
all
bro.
of them, man. And so now,
If
in by the end of the year, they're going to approve this thing, right? Like the ex-chairman of the SEC was on, I think it was today, actually. I was like all breaking news and stuff, saying, you know what? Yeah, Bitcoin makes sense. Bitcoin, is the way to go. So they're about to slap this on and make it official. Thing is gonna moon, and all these conspiracy talk, right, might be a problem because now when I'm trying to get Bitcoin in my retirement fund, they're gonna be like, nah, you were talking all that conspiracy, that's just not gonna work,
No.
So I'm trying to avoid that. I want to stack sats.
No, they're gonna knock my social credit score down. That's fine.
You're out of here,
If
boy.
yeah, I'm done for. If anybody watches the psychological operations that was performed on the crypto industry for the last few years, like absolute psychological operations by the media on our industry that we all are in for the last 2 or 3 years, and then now they're just flipping the script on the media and saying, actually, Bitcoin's not bad. Here's an ETF. And you still trust anything they say? It blows my mind. They had their hand in crashing FTX. They crashed Luna. They were a part of all of that. And then now they're going to present us with an ETF they've been working on and let us know that Bitcoin's actually not bad for the environment. It's not warming up the world. It's wild, bro. That's wild.
Part of the game. But one, before it moons, it's going to go up and then crash again. And then it's going to moon out of nowhere. So I still think we got one more drop.
Yeah, that happens next year. So it will probably drop right around there before it goes bonkers.
Yeah.
2035. 2035.
Is the when it's Nutsoville?
That's the locked and loaded. Make sure you have both your fiat and your crypto ready. Number go burr, basically.
Burr. But yeah, then they doing. My brother just told me that KuCoin is shutting down operations for U.S. residents to be able to utilize it. If you guys did anything with KuCoin back in the day.
Yeah, I saw an article around that. I think it was over the weekend that they posted it.
Yeah, I'd get your money out now because Bittrex, I sent them all the wallets to send my money to, but it's been almost 2 years. I'm still waiting for them to send the rest of it. I think they might be insolvent, to be honest.
That's nice. But yeah, it's been a fun ride, man. Like Compound said, it's gonna definitely be a turnaround. Like, hey, yeah, this is a great thing for you to do. So make sure you jump in.
The thing is, this was like last year. Wells Fargo sent out a letter to all of they published an article. They sent a letter to people who banked with them, like the investment banking with them, where they were talking about Bitcoin and how actually great it is. But then, so you read the whole thing, right? And it literally sounds like an endorsement for Bitcoin. And then they get to the very end and they said, well, this is not us endorsing Bitcoin. It's just providing you information to get you more comfortable with the idea of blockchain and the opportunity that it presents, but it's still risky. And therefore, we do not endorse it, right? But if you read everything, with the exception of that little disclaimer, it's literally Wells Fargo telling you that eventually, in the coming few years, couple of years, you will be able to get Bitcoin through them, and they think it's great, and it's a great way to set up some cash reserves in a new asset class. So the whole thing is like, yeah, until they're ready, they're gonna talk it down and say all these different things. The reality is, Bitcoin has always used a lot less energy than the current financial system or Christmas lights or name it, anything that's currently or a lot of the things are currently used out there, but they weren't ready. So until the big mothership is ready to go, there's no point in pushing it. But now that they're on point and they're about ready to make that switch,
It's time to buck. You know what this remind me of? Like the homie I told you not to mess with those girl. Like, no, man, leave her alone, bro. She stinks. She got bad feet or something. And then turn around and he wife her up and they get married. Like, man, I liked her.
That's the best analogy ever. That's amazing. That's so true too. No, the way that you combat all of this is to never have listened to anything the media or the banks were telling you in the first place, and continue to have stacked your Bitcoin and your crypto with without falling for any news article you ever saw. That's the way you combat them over the last 10 years. To trust yourself and trust your research. What's up, Shadow?
Hey, sorry, man. I had to do a little bit of moving as well too. I think I got kicked down. I mean, not as well again. So actually, I probably.
Heavy booted you down. It was demon on demon crime.
Hey, man. Can't expect nothing different though. You know what I mean? I would actually be offended if it wasn't Tevi, bro. Hey, but no. I'm sorry if I'm changing the subject, but I had this burning question that I've been waiting to get done doing this stuff to come in here and ask. As long-term clone holders, I know they said that there's going to be a public sale. If we take that out for a quick second, the public sale, I did see before I even jumped in with my clone and stuff, I did see somebody was like, hey, if there are more eggs, clones need to have whitelists to the remaining 20,000, and anything that's left over should be for public. So not asking for a handout, but asking to pay the same amount that public will pay, but getting like guaranteed access to get one egg per like clone situation, right?
Bro, public is guaranteed access in this market. I feel like if we've learned anything, people are gonna FUD us, and right now we can't afford the FUD.
Yeah. So that's why I was asking, like, because my opinion, I feel like I can get one either way. I don't really care. I'm not trying to just get one. I'm trying to get multiple. But in my opinion, where do you guys fall? Do you guys say we got a free egg claim, that should be it? Do you think there should be some form of whitelist, or do we just think everything's straight to public?
Everything straight to public.
Yeah, man.
I don't.
Like
I don't.
honestly, like
Yeah.
you've had like we've had plenty of time, and the eggs price have come down that people can stack if they really want to. I think at this point, I would not even bat an eye if they came out and said, you know what, yeah, the next 20,000, or whichever way, however they want to divide it up, it's just going straight to public because we all got to claim our own eggs and then snipe a few more, or at least one. Some people are still trying to get one, but they're there, right? Now, the only thing I would say that we probably want to be careful about, or not we, Artifact, and however they play that out, is what do they offer the public eggs at? What the price that they do
I
that at?
got it. You ready?
Let's do it.
So check this out. No, it'd be dope if clones had access. Public mint 20,000 eggs, 0.1 ETH. They raised 2,000 ETH. That's $4 million. I think that's a pretty good raise. It's not like 40 million like Azuki, but 4 million can fund a lot. And if you sell 20,000 at 0.1, you look like fucking heroes in the bear market and you still make money. But clones get first access. That's what I would do. But I don't know what the budget like requires. I mean, this shit's expensive to make. Like, I don't know like how
Tell you
much
right
money's
now,
needed, but
3D assets. I mean, I don't like arguing with people, so I'm not gonna argue if people have disagree. We just gonna agree to disagree. But 3D assets, there's a lot more, in my opinion, that go into making a 3D asset than a 2D asset. So it probably really is expensive, especially since it seems like they're going the artifact way. I saw that.
I'll pay 1 ETH. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'll pay 1 ETH per egg. Like,
What the?
listen, bro. To mint them directly to my wallet. Yo, I bought an egg the other day. Okay, and I felt weird about it because it has somebody else's wallet address attached to it. My provenance was disrupted. Okay, and it doesn't feel good. I want to mint it directly to my wallet. I want it to be mine. It's gonna be mine forever. Nobody else's. I want all the provenance up to 1 ETH per X. But that's just me personally.
Curo's serious about his provenance, bro. He doesn't move his shit around. It says minted Curo Foundation. Like, it's never been anywhere else. His clones, nothing. He's serious.
I saw
Except for
Curo
that
pay
angel, I
$100
fucking
for
gotta
a lighter in Vegas. So he definitely paid 1 ETH
hit
for
that
an
guy
egg.
back up and buy that angel back. This guy put it on blur. Motherfucker.
The fact that you don't have an angel Curo yet, Curo is saddening to me. But
No, I minted an angel. It's just
Hey,
the angel wasn't my speed, so you know.
Hey, I wanted to jump in though, Compound, and please tell me if I'm just doing my math completely wrong. But if we did it at 0.1, wouldn't that be around $4 million, not $40 million, right?
yeah, that's pretty good math, man. That's what I said.
Okay. All right.
I was just saying there recently was a raise in the space for 40 million, and I said the 4 million isn't the same.
Yeah.
I feel like 4 is adequate, depending on how much it costs and what their plans are. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm just speculating, and I would like clones that first access. And if there is going to be a mint price, then you don't go 2 ETH, right? You go very, very affordable in the ranges that it's been selling at or lower, and you still make a bag, and people are stoked, right? They're in a bear market, they just pay 0.2 or 0.1 or 0.3, whatever, and it sells out. You still make 4 to 8 million, whatever, depending if it's 0.1 or 0.2. It's crazy when you're selling 20,000 of something. You don't need to sell them at a lot to make a few mils. And then what if you rack up 2,000 ETH or 2,500 ETH, 3,000 ETH? It's a good amount of money, man. It's a good runway. What's up, Kiro?
I don't disagree that it's a good amount of runway, but all this theoretical talk about evolving assets and stuff like that, I think it's going to be a little bit more expensive to do something like that. So it might cost a little bit more. I don't know if people are okay with that. But
no, I mean,
I think
if it's
No, this is good talks, man, because I want them to make enough money to where they are making a profit and they have enough runway to do whatever comes next. But at the same time, if it is releasing anytime soon, I don't want to see any more stray bullets heading towards Artifact's direction like we're seeing in other products or projects. So anywhere between I was thinking 2.5, 0.25 and 0.35. I was thinking somewhere in between there because I want them to at least make 10 mil. Like, I don't know how much money or how much room they need, but I would think they should at least be making a little over 10 million because they've been putting in a lot of time, and this is a 3D project. But then again, I'm thinking to myself, if I was at the helm and I'm seeing all this shit go down, I got two options. I can release it at a fair market rate to where it doesn't seem like we're gouging our community, especially if you're not revealing what's coming next. Now, if we get like, Animus is coming, and not only that, Animus is going to be integrated into Fortnite, and then Fortnite is going to be, and this is going to be the first NFTs on Fortnite. Like, if there's a bunch of shit that gets announced, like Animus is coming, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this with Animus, then that's a totally different story. Then, yeah, charge however much it's going to cost to cover all that. But if it's just, hey, Animus is being revealed and it's during these market conditions, really, you got two choices. You either release it at lower market conditions or you hold back and wait till market conditions are better. Do I think in December things are going to be as bleak as things are right now? No. But do I think we could afford to wait that long for Animus? I don't know. That's not my forte. I don't know what the right answer to that is. But if they're releasing it soon, I think 2.5, 3.5 is really good. I think 0.1 would be too low because I definitely think the amount of time and roadmap they got planned for this is going to probably at least account for at least $10 million. Because like if that Azuki anime trailer that was like 1 minute and 30 seconds, if that marketing costs, let's just say $250,000, like there's a lot of stuff that's going to go into marketing. A lot of stuff is going to go into whatever comes next after Animus. Yeah, that's what I think.
It's a tricky situation. Go to OpenSea. You do this. Go to OpenSea and go see what the volume was in demand around the 0.35 range for eggs, or where is it at the floor at right now, and then go see what the 24-hour volume is at this range, and then go back when the floor was just a couple weeks ago. Was at 0.35.
Yeah.
Go see what the volume was there, right? And you can kind of get a gauge on demand. But there is a lot of sideline money that are waiting to kind of see the mint details before they go buy secondary. So that one's hard to take into account. But you're in this tricky situation of setting price and making a demand, right? So not only is the marketing and the hype for it have to be lit, but you have to set it at a price that still has demand. Super tricky market to have any kind of mint in right now. And this is
Exactly.
speaking overall, right? Like we're seeing it.
So then my question is to you guys who have been holding since day one. For me, I don't think my opinion counts because I just picked up my first egg last week, so I've not been waiting that long at all. But for you guys that have been holding Animus eggs since day one, do we think like a winter time frame or even a Q1 of next year time frame, is that too long to wait for Animus review? I mean, because my thinking is it's already been this long anyways. Should we risk launching an ambitious project like this during a bear market? Because we've seen what happens if things don't go according to plan and if there's not enough hype behind it, I guess you could say is the right terminology to use. But what do you guys think? How long are you guys willing to honestly wait? I know the right answer is whenever it's ready, but like seriously, like if it was like, hey, Animus coming Q1, how would you guys feel about that?
Honestly, going to expect it until wintertime, to be honest. My opinion. Q4 at least this year.
Yeah, like I'm not expecting it to drop before the end of the year anyways. So if they're like, hey, no, we got to push it back till, early next year. Because here's the thing, right? Like no matter when they send this on or they kick it off, what I don't want personally is a half-baked launch. Like when they launch this, I want to know what, I want to know what incubation does. I want to know what hibernation does. I want to know how I get to evolve my animus. And ultimately, I want to know if I can link it to my clone. Like I want all those answers. Like I don't want after all this time to have them launch it and say, oh, but there's these 2 or 3 mechanics or this one mechanic that we can't tell you about yet, right? Get all that stuff figured out, get it all lined up so when you launch, it's all ready to go. And by the way, if Move to Earn plays into this, work that out. Like, get it all ready. Like, I don't want, like, them to rush it because we saw the trailer and even though earlier I was joking around and saying, we saw the trailer 2 weeks. Real talk, I don't want them to launch this thing until it's ready to go, right? So if that means it's early next year, and that's when all this stuff with legal, blah blah blah, all that stuff is worked out, then that's when it is. Because doing it too early is going to hurt it a lot more than waiting a little bit longer, pricing it right, and then at that point people already know what to expect, right? And they know they have all the stuff up front. They can decide if they want to jump in now, jump in later, or not jump in at all. But for the people who are interested, they have everything up front and they can just run with it. So that's my 2 cents. So yeah, I'm cool with late this year, and if we are utilizing the time now to incubate and do all these things, and that's what they start with, building up to, you will be able to like release and find them out at the end of early next year. That's cool too. But if they wait till Q1 next year to do it all, I'm perfectly fine with that. All I would want personally is that communication of, this is the case, this is what we're doing, right? And just keeping people in the loop. If there's going to be a slight delay to what they initially put out there. So that's where I'm at.
Compound, did you say winter too?
Bro, I got these eggs for free. I don't care when they come. I know people always complain about reveal time. Like, I did buy one extra, but I'm not really worried the other way. I actually have just been out here vibing with y'all, and then they dropped that trailer last week, and I was like, oh shit, Animus, that's right.
Damn.
That's how little I was like even thinking about Animus. I was like, oh shit, that Animus trailer is dope. I forgot that I had 3 of these things.
Yeah, man, Animus was like 2.9. It was like a slow bleed. They dropped that trailer. That thing shot up to like it was 0.5 like within a day. So there is a lot of money on the sidelines that are just waiting to just jump in. But yeah, man, I'm with Tevi, man. I wanted to get y'all's opinions because I know me being a what do you call it, a green thumb or whatever, just coming in here like, oh yeah, I'm ready to wait however long, and there's already been a year wait or however long it's been. But yeah, I just want everything to be ready. I want the process to be ready. Now, if they have like a date in mind, like you said, hey, Animus is going to be fully ready to go by this date, and we can start the lure events and then build into the egg. That way it feels like we're doing something from, let's random date October to like January, right? Each month there's something with Animus, so that way it feels like we're building up to release. That's totally fine. Or even if we gotta wait till January. But I'm a type of person where NFTs have shown that you get one chance. One chance, that's it. You mess up. If you have a strong enough community, you can bounce back. If you don't have a strong enough community, that's it. You're done. Fortunately, as cutthroat as that sounds, that's how I have been retrieving a lot of these other projects. I mean, from the Azuki side of things to now the Ether things, like you mess up one time and people immediately start losing faith. And I don't know if that's
No, that's not necessarily true, bro. You just mentioned Azuki. There's been a few things that have happened, and they're still going strong. Listen, if people have like a short-term mindset where they're looking for something crazy to happen within a year, then they might as well just floor it and get the fuck out, because in reality, it's a long time to do anything, right? And like, they got the better part of 10 years from me, because like, and I'm not exiting anyways, even if they do something crazy in the next 10 years and they revolutionize all this stuff. I'm comfy in my bags, they airdrop something, I'm gonna sell that immediately. I don't care.
yeah, and
I'll
I
just
did
buy
that.
it back, unless it's like something that I can mint, like an Animus. I didn't sell that because I like that. You send me a box, I'm fucking selling it. Pico top.
Yeah, and I just want
Not
to say
that guy.
that in a and everybody's just left Animus. Azuki, but I was seeing like people who proclaim to be OGs saying that's it, I'm done, I'm flooring all my Azukis, and they were getting out. But as we saw, Azuki has a strong community. People just ate up the
Bro,
floors.
those same people bought them back
Yeah,
for more money. You have to understand. This is like you're not usually on here during the day. Every day I pop in while I'm like doing my real life stuff, right? And like it's completely driven by emotion for the most part, I've noticed. Even today I got all emotional because I didn't know a whole story and I just said some crazy shit, right? That's why I don't like come on my phone or doom scroll or answer DMs. And I think I'm going to stick to that method. I think that's the safest way to operate in this space. Like, if you have a time horizon yourself personally for an asset, like for sure, be prudent in taking care of your, if you want to call them investments. I look at this as like things I would buy anyways. Like, if you go and you buy a bunch of monies and they're like, they're all cool looking and shit, and I usually leave them in the box, but I never listed one. They're just sitting there in the box. And like, I kind of look at this as the same type of thing that I'm collecting that I really like, and I'm not going to sell it because I really like it. Some things, given the opportunity, I'll monetize, so I can buy more assets. But like, when it comes to like art and timeless art, especially, I'm not in the business of selling it. It feels good to have it in my wallet.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, this is a little bit scary. Somebody has 630 Animus eggs in their wallet. And
Ninja.
has 508. Wait, did you say that was you?
No, Ninja. Probably Ninja.
Yeah.
No, Ninja don't have that many. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Tavi, I was thinking that too.
It's not Ninja?
Out on the Google map, you can see how many people hold eggs. Like this person has 73 eggs. There's a lot of people that hold over 100 eggs in their wallet, bro. What the hell? God damn.
I don't think you understand what's going on.
Yeah, you don't
It's
understand,
like,
bro. This is a
people have
serious
been
group of
buying
people here.
Yeah, like people have been buying these eggs. That's what I'm saying. Like they dropped, right? And people have just been gobbling them up. There's, because I don't know, man. Like all I'm saying is, I agree with what Kuro said, and like actually a lot of people on the stage. Is the thing is, this is not a 6 months deal or a 1 year deal. Like this is a brand. This is like Nike's fourth brand, right? That they're building up. So if you watch the movie Air, and thank you, Dre, and then now you look at the history of where Nike was and where they are now over 20 years, and you realize that Artifact is now their latest brand that they're putting, money, resources, talent towards, and they're pushing forward. This is going to get built out over the next 5-10 years plus. So what we are all doing here is getting front row seat to whatever is coming down the road. Now the downfall, right? It's a double-edged sword. Is you're early, which means that you get first access, but it means you're also early, which means you get to deal with all the headaches and the imperfections and the process being formalized and refined and all that stuff, right? That part doesn't feel good. But as they're working through it and things are getting smoothed out and refined, it also means that when we get through our FUD storms and things like that, you get to pick up these assets for a lot less. It's an access token to whatever future innovation they're bringing, so you get that front row seat. So if you're approaching it from that standpoint of view, and then you're not really worried. Like Compound said earlier, is like, forget about Animus. I got my free egg and I was just chilling. It was like, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Or you're like me and you're like, you know what? Yeah, I got the free egg, but I'd like more. And as people forget about what's going on with this, because it's taken a long time to come to fruition, because people are short, nearsighted, then the price drops, right? So again, bear markets are great for stacking up whatever it is that you want to stack up that you believe in, that has solid fundamentals, and ultimately shoots back up during the bull. Why? Because good things are always good things. People's sentiment shifts, and that's why you go through these cycles, right? In big part, it's all driven by emotion, and in Web3 even more so than anywhere else. So when people lose their marbles and they're going crazy,
stay sane, stay leveled, and take advantage of it. But, not financial advice, just how I think about things.
The wallet you're talking about is at the top, Shadow. And his ENS is up there. And if you looked at his clone collection, he's got 65 clones too. He's got a hell of a collection. DNA, Angel, he's got every DNA.
Hey man, he's looking for some egg ranchers for all those eggs, bro. I'm sure it's gonna cost a pretty penny, man. I can help him incubate some of those eggs, man. I'm for hire, bro.
What a legendary play! Like stack 600 eggs. Like, oh my god, Pranksy
Dude,
bought 1,200 bored apes when they minted, and imagine he just held those things.
yeah.
What a learning lesson for Web3.
The next wallet after him is 508, and then after that, it seems like it goes to the 200 range. But just if you got more than 10 eggs, bro, you're doing good, man. Well, I'd even say more than 5 eggs, because we don't even know, like, 600 eggs feels like overkill. Holy shit, bro. Like, you're going to get everything. Well, potentially everything, probably except for the one-on-ones. But I would actually be upset if I had 600 eggs and I did not pull a wolf. You know how mad I'll be, bro? Like,
That would be livid.
bro.
That would be livid. You get everything except the wolf. The one thing that you really. But you know what? At that point, you have options. You can just sell a couple and get exactly what you want. So that's the optionality. So you're pretty much guaranteed to get whatever you want because you'll have some rares that other people want. But anyways, I'm gonna do what we're not supposed to do, which is say good night to y'all because I need to drop. So I'll see y'all later. I'm out.
Oh, good, man. Oh, yeah, we can't. Never mind. I was going to do a no.
What is it?
But, Anya, I hope you're having a nice day today.
Oh, yeah. You about to ask him for alpha, huh?
No, I was not
Shadow?
going to ask alpha. I was just going to ask a question that I thought about. I was like, no, I can't ask her that. It's all right. I'm sure she's very excited about Animus, like everyone else.
And I'm just curious.
Where's this
No,
going?
that's it. That's it. I just want to, like, when I was a moderator, right? They stopped showing us shit. I would probably say it was probably because of me and a couple other people, but we just got too hyped. They would show us, and we're like, "Oh shit, my god, that's amazing, bro!" And then we would do the no of just you guys wait. You guys just wait. And then apparently, that's breaking NDA. So yeah, they took that away from us really quick. But the few months that we had it for, it was amazing. But I'm not a person that I'm gonna just tell them myself, man. You can't really tell. I mean, unless it's like something actually serious. But if it's some hype secret, I'm not the one to tell, bro, because I ain't gonna be able to hold it in, man. Look, I just
they don't tell us anything. Like, we know nothing.
all right. So then you can join us. Then that's always fun when you're a part of it. You're part of the team, and you can join in on speculation. That makes it more fun. I would be the guy if I had enough. If I had enough self control to be like, I'm happy to be here, but just don't tell me because I want to see it happen live. There is something special that's going to happen for the community when we finally understand how all this stuff works. And if some of our theories ends up being right, I mean, even if all of mine are wrong, but some of the other guys are right, like I like the point system. I dive deeper into the point system Compound was talking about. I think that would be a really cool idea, Compound, if they are going the gaming route. I just don't know what the end game is for Animus. Like, is the end game metaverse? Is the end game gaming? Is the end game just a blockchain version of Pokemon Go where we're just collecting and maybe collecting gives us badges or achievement or something? Like, I don't know. But if it's any of those three, point systems could definitely work out. Yeah, it's just so much stuff that it could be, man. But 600.
I do want to
Don't leave it
say,
like that, dude.
sorry, we're gaming right now. So, I just want to say that if there is anything that's on your mind, like, the team can't read your minds. Like, you have to put it out there. Like, let us inside of your like wildest dreams and like put it out there. Like, Shadow, your thread that you put together was like really well like done. I absolutely loved getting like a peek inside of your imagination for what you think is ahead. And I think it's important. Like, we should be able to realize some of our dreams and hopes and wishes for the future. I think that the team would be really excited to see like inside of the minds of some of us because our imaginations can really inspire. And so, if you have things that you're like, gosh, I hope it's this or I hope it's that, like put it out there into the world because it's important for your thoughts to be heard and seen not only by the team but by the community as well because you guys have such incredible minds. And you are the lifeblood of what this project is. You're the collectors, so inspiration can come if you definitely provide with some of your anticipation. So if you haven't done like Shadow has done, put it out there, even if it's just one tweet. It doesn't have to be this big massive thread. If you're just like, here are all my da 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 points, just like the important things, go for it, like do it.
And if you have a really great idea for a thread and you want to make a thread, if you want to send me your rough draft, I'll send to you the I think I've got it down to a science now, the correct format for threads. I'll space it out for you and I'll help organize it to where you can just post it, man. I think threads are awesome. I like reading though, and I do realize not a lot of people read threads. But yeah, I like reading other people's thoughts. I think that's just human nature though. It's just a lot of people have a lot of great ideas, man. That's how we got to this point with technology, with adventure, like just being curious and speculating what could be. That's the human bread and butter, man. We are a few things. We are social creatures. We're curious creatures. So yeah, I agree. I don't. One thing that I wish there was. I know Artifact News. He's killing it. And I know Tevi's killing it too. But he's mostly doing the stock stuff. But I was very, very surprised, and I'm not good with this type of stuff, but I was very surprised that there wasn't as many, like, we have so many creators, artistic creators, that I was a little bit surprised that there's not a lot of content creators for Artifact. I know it's hard to just do content for just one genre of NFTs, but I was seeing a lot of guys that like they're not even like they weren't like a part of Artifact or nothing. They were just kind of like all NFT type of guys. But Artifact News, man, I follow his stuff because I like watching his podcast video format type of stuff, man. It's really cool stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of creators in here though. That's awesome.
We have a ton of creators, but not as many like content creators. I've like fought this fight on the timeline before, where people are like, the clones don't create any content, but in their mind, the only content they think of is like threads and YouTube videos and stuff. But clones create a lot of content. It's just not what people are associating in the same way you just said, and are associating with your traditional Twitter content. And
Yeah.
literally, they're just talking about threads. It's just like, I've never seen clones write threads. Bro, that's content, but that's not what clones are making. We don't have a thread. We don't have thread writers. We got 3D artists, bro. We got artists over here.
And that's the thing, man. Like I'm not organized enough for. I'm a little bit too scatterbrained for content creation, like in that format. But I think even like a roundup, right? Because I see so much stuff here and there on the timeline that I'm like, I wonder how many people miss it, right? Maybe they take a break from Twitter for like a couple of days vacation or family time or something like that, they come back and they might completely miss something. But if there was like I don't know if this will be an official something Artifact officially can do, but if they did like a weekly roundup of like creator type of stuff, either on their YouTube channel, because I know their YouTube channel is kind of used for more promo / marketing type stuff. But yeah, that would be cool too.
It's monthly. The creators page does a creator highlight thread monthly. They highlight everything.
Oh, well, forgive me. I only been here 2 months, man. I should have known that. But
Here,
yeah.
I'll say, dude, I'm gonna post my favorite one. There's been so many good ones, but I have one bookmarked, and you should bookmark it too. Actually, bookmark them all because they're just packed full of so much like art and content. And then I'll also the new updated Artifact Creators website has all of the spaces like bad takes on there, has all the different projects that clones are building out. Like I saw Rupsy's Relics is up there. All the projects are up there. It's got all the artists. It's got people who do 3D, people who do 2D. Like it's a culmination. Like that, you could tell the creator team put a lot of work into putting that all together. That they went deep into the ecosystem to figure out who needs to be on that website. Like doing all these different things. So that's a good website for that too. But I'm gonna find this thread if I can. I'll pin it to the top. It's a good one to save.
All right, sweet. So okay, monthly.
They do it's called creator highlight threads that they put out. Usually you'll probably see one around August 1st to the 3rd. Like they usually do it in the beginning of the month. That'll highlight July.
Okay. All right. I'll definitely be looking out for that then.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
bookmark this one up at the top. This one was packed. The most recent one, I think Ali was like the highlight in there, and he's on OpenSea. Now they got his thing up on OpenSea.
oh, sick. All right, cool.
Yo, Shadow's on point though. He's like, we need this, this, and this. I'm like, oh, we got that, and that. Like you know what we need, and you just needed the like to be pointed at the resource because it does happen. I do agree though. We needed we don't
Yeah.
need, but thread writers is a missing thing that we have, and you started writing threads. There's like the Twitter traditional content that Artifact and CloneX just doesn't always do. Like everybody's so busy in Blender and Unreal and doing 2D art that they're not, focusing on appeasing timeline.
Yeah, and my thing is, I mean, I don't think I reach a lot of people, but I do enjoy making them, and my goal right now is to make like one thread a week about what I think would be like the last thread that I did. I feel like that's a really good thread for people who really just don't know, right? And I did have a few people that were like, "Oh, is it too late to get an egg, or would you recommend getting this ship right now?" So a lot of people they don't. I can just from my DMs that are not even in the ecosystem that so happen to land on the thread, they don't know about like the pod. It's always a few things like they never know about the eggs or the pods, but they always know about the artifact like shoes and the clones. But other than the shoes and the clones, they don't really know about all this other stuff y'all got going on. They don't know about the Monolith X. They didn't know about the NVIDIA stuff. But that most people know you guys through CloneX. They know what you're about. Some know that you're acquired by Nike, and then the last handful of them know or have seen LeBron or DJ Khaled wearing Artifact shoes, but it's not like well known like, oh, these are Artifact shoes, right? Because unless you're kind of like in the sneaker world, that's not really, Twitter has things separated to where unless they have shown some type of interest in CloneX in the past, they're not going to see any of it on their timeline. And unless they're actually following these celebrities like religiously on like other forms of social media or something, they won't see the shoes either. So believe it or not, a lot of people, I don't ever think it's really like that they're purposely, I know, well, some of them are purposely like, fuck Artifact, I lost too much money with them. They're not ever going to make it back. and they choose not to listen or be educated about what's going on in this space, which that's their right. That's fine. But a lot of people they just don't know. And so that thread, and I would like to make other threads just going deeper into maybe more established official stuff. And then every now and then I'll probably do a mega thread of just speculation. But I want to try to do one a week. And then when we get closer to this animus stuff, I want to be trying to pump out as much as I can to, just do my part with because I feel like as a community, right? Like, I feel weird just kind of like just sitting back, just being like, cool, we just chilling. I would like to, do something. And so I feel like my doing something is threads. So hopefully it helps out. Hopefully it helps educate people who don't know what's going on. So at least that's my hope.
Bro, I love it. I love that you want to get involved and put your skill sets. I told you were a good researcher, bro. You put it all in writing, dude, and you put out good threads. So I'm glad you're doing it, man. I'm gonna support everything you put out. I know that. Scary Terry, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's good, everybody? How's it going? Yeah, no, I was just chilling down there. I was kind of listening, and I just kind of wanted to chime in, and say, my circle. I come from, the streetwear, the resale culture, like all that. Like that was what I used to do when I was living in Japan. Like when I was in Japan, it was crazy. Like I I can't even like begin to tell you what the world of hype beast and like that's where I became a steep tech hype beast. Like when I like figured out like what steep tech was, like I fell in love with all that shit, dude. And, like it it to me, like my little circle of like like people that I've met throughout the years, that are still in the hype beast like culture, the resell and all that, have no idea about what NFTs are. They know that I like to buy animal pictures, and they always make fun of me because they say I'm using internet money and they laugh. Some of them understand because some of them do take cryptocurrency as payments when they're selling these shoes and stuff. But when the forge was happening, it was crazy to me because the people that I knew were hitting me up, and they were like, "Hey, um, there's a sneaker shop in town that I'm hearing is buying 12 of these pairs. Why are they buying them? What is the purpose of buying them? Like, how do I buy it?" And it was crazy because he wasn't the only person to hit me up about it. I had 3 people hit me up about it, and like that like kind of blew my mind. And Nike is a big ass company. I know it is a big ass company, but just to kind of see onboarding happening like that, in my opinion, was super duper dope. Because if the whole hype beast culture and all that, like the reason we want it is because it's exclusive. It's because there's only X amount. It's because if like if you're rocking it, and most people like it's like if you see somebody walking down the street with a pair of off-white Prestos, like from the original 10, you're gonna be like, holy shit, like that guy's wearing a fucking gem on his shoe. That's because but to the other person, like they'll be like, he's just wearing some fucking sneakers with some writing on them. So that's the hype beast culture is built around that. And I really feel like that's what this space is. I'm really into collectibles. I kind of got off my shoe game just because I really felt like I was becoming a hoarder. And I have, to this day, I still have so many shoes in boxes that I have not worn, and I feel bad that I don't want to wear them. And it's just like that's a whole nother story, right? But that's who we are in the hypebeast community. Like we're collectors. We're people that we want this because this artist or this collaborative, this company, this creative only is making 10,000 of these. And a lot of times in the hypebeast community, a lot of things, like the most hype things, are collaborations. They're collab pieces. And I just think it's so fucking sick, dude, that we take Nike, we're taking Takashi Murakami, we're taking Artifact, and we're taking Web3. This is a Web3 collaboration. And to the common person in the hypebeast community that's just buying it off pure hype, they're buying it with intents to resell, which is not too different from, people trying to buy JPEGs and trying to flip them on OpenSea. So to me, like, just kind of seeing that out, I put a smile on my face, and it made me feel like, holy shit, like, uh, it just, I don't want to say recycles, but it was like kind of like deja vu to me. Just kind of seeing, some of my homies that are still like in the resale game, some, friends that actually own resale and consignment shops, and they're buying pairs because they're like, hell yeah, like, like, right, and you don't get the shoe till like October, November, right? So there's still time for hype to be built up on them, so a lot of people, they thought it was a good investment, and they knew nothing about Artifact. They knew nothing about the space. They just knew that it was Nike, Takashi Murakami, and exclusive. Like, if you really, really think about it, because I had a conversation with a homie, and he explained it to me. He's like, if you really look at it, because he's like, I don't know shit about this Web3 thing, but I know it's on the internet, and it's the most rarest internet exclusive I've ever gotten. And that, like, kind of put it in perspective to me. It's like, holy shit, like, this really is a very intricate way of getting a online exclusive.
Bro, Terry come up here dropping bars. That's Dre's world, and he's throwing hundreds the whole time. So I didn't know. I knew you were hitting because Dre said you were hitting. I'll be honest with you, man. There's so many different things going on in a lot of projects and a lot of Web3 stuff, and I don't know what's going on. So we can't expect anybody and everybody to know what's going on everywhere, right? But I will say that I got into this space for one specific thing, right? Because I like the NFTs and the tech to it. And then it was Dre and Pumpisha and some of the people in here who opened my eyes to the sneaker world and the hype beast part of it. Because that's not why I was here. That's not what originally got me here. So the beautiful thing is that this space is combining so many different aspects that people are coming or finding it through different means, and then they're getting cross-pollinated into other things, exactly like I did, right? And there's people who have gone the other route, like your friends knew the sneakers, they understood how rare they were, they saw the hype there, but they didn't understand maybe the blockchain tech, but they got their foot in the door with the sneakers. They're coming the opposite route, right? So I think that's kind of the cool thing about this project, but this space in general as well, is that there's so many different routes to come into Web3 and learn this space. And there's no perfect way to come in, and there's no right way to come in. Like, everybody enters a different way,
No, 100%, and I think that's like the really cool thing when I heard about CloneX coming out. I originally entered the space almost about 2 years ago, and it was after I took a trip to the MoMA in New York, and I had been, reading about NFTs and blockchain and stuff, and there was a whole section in the MoMA that was dedicated to generative art, and I was familiar with FX Hash, which is the marketplace for Tezos NFTs. And that was, my first blockchain. That's kind of where I dipped my feet, was Tezos. Um, and I've heard about generative art. I've read about generative art. So when I was in the MoMA and I seen, a whole exhibit dedicated to generative art, it really got me thinking, like, like, okay, like, maybe this is more than just a picture online. Like, art comes in so many different kinds of art forms, and art is subjective. And I went into this, like, whole like dialogue in my head about it, and kind of really convinced myself that, like, maybe it would be cool to try out. And that's where I got, like, my foot in the door. Like I said, like, I'm a collector. Like, that's just kind of, I like to collect anything and everything. If it looks nice, I would like to have it. And that's the start of it for me. And then, like, the Atom Bomb Squad, like the Hundreds Project, like, when I seen that, I was like, holy shit, like, that's a prominent streetwear brand, something I used to wear, something that I still respect, and something that has a big name. What are they doing here? And that was on the ETH side, and that's kind of like what brought me over to ETH. I got involved in a couple other projects. Honestly, the only other, like, cool project that I said I got into at that time was Degen Tunes. Degen Tunes was a great project. To this day, it's still a great project. And you know, my journey from the space, like, you know, like I went from wanting to collect generative art to, you know, really getting to know what community was on the ETH side. Because, you know, now it's not just, you know, people collecting art, it's communities being built, people bonding, blah, 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 like so many good things. And it was crazy to me because I was like, wow, like it's bigger than just a picture. And it really is because of that, you know, like I now have a job where it's a job in two industries that I'm very passionate about, and it's like honestly like my dream job. You know, like I met my CEO, Armand, who is the CEO of Rebud. So I work for a cannabis company. We're also a tech company, and we also have a Web3 department. You know, we have our own NFT. And that's kind of where I came into play. And, you know, like it was really eye opening to me. Like, this is something that is new and isn't going to go away. You know, I really believe in the whole blockchain technology of it, you know, and there's, again, like you said, there's so many different points of view and so many different things that you can do with blockchain technology. And Nike's doing it. They're making shoes. Like, you know, like I would love to have like a CloneX. If I had the money, I would buy a CloneX. And I know one day I'll have a CloneX because it's just way too fucking sick to skip up on. I follow the project closely. Like, it is one project that I truly believe, like, you know, like I know the community is my kind of people. Like, I just came up here and, you know, like this is me. Like, you guys are my people. And it's just it's very interesting, like what all of these projects offer. Like, specifically what I do has made me realize like the possibilities really are endless. You know, like we offer an NFT that gives you 30% like off all our cannabis products, like, and more. You know, like we created the first cannabis token gated marketplace, like where, and not only, you know, are we keeping that tech to ourselves, but because, you know, we've been able to create this tech that is, I don't want to say limitless, but like it has so many different options and so many different opportunities. You know, like we've wanted to go public with it. Like, we want people to use our tech. We want, you know, other places to have the accessibility to, like cannabis places to have the accessibility to offer um, token gated discounts, you know, through blockchain. And things like this excite me. You know, I don't care what your project is doing as long as it's doing something positive. You know, I'm a big fan of the Cardano space as well, because I feel like on the Cardano side, there's a lot of projects that, you know, try to solve like real world issues. You know, like Mark Cuban invested into Book.io, and it's literally an online. It's a blockchain library of books, and it's like the craziest thing I've ever heard of, and it's like the last thing I ever would have thought of. But people still need books, you know, and like imagine like having that on the blockchain, like that's sick as hell.
I think books should be on the blockchain. I think they should be immutable and not able to be deleted, right? Because I can't imagine how many books and how much of our history that was written down that has been discarded or thrown away over time. So that right there is something I'm for. Put that shit on the blockchain so that it can't be changed. I also think that I don't want to get too deep, but I think that a lot of media can be put on the blockchain. I think a lot of news and articles could be put on the blockchain or verified, at least verified by the blockchain, because there's a trend that's happening right now in media where they're going back 10, 15 years and altering their articles that were put up on their websites to kind of change kind of what they actually said or alter what was being said. Now that things change over 10, 15 years, right? So a lot of that stuff should be maybe verified with blockchain signature so that things can't be changed so easily and people can be held accountable for things that were told to the public or said to the public, or like you said, books. I think that's a hell of an idea. I'm all for that. It's called
Yeah, definitely. It's called books.io. And yeah, honestly, I've heard of it. before Mark Cuban invested in it, but I really didn't understand it. And when the whole article came out, um, the article did a good job of explaining it, and I kind of understood the concept a little more, and it seemed very interesting to me because, you know, another thing that think like is fucking amazing with blockchain is the state of California. Is they're in testing trials for using blockchain for vehicle registrations and driver's license. So you'll have a digital wallet that will have your car registration and your driver's license that you can just show the officer, or just whenever you need it, be handy on your devices. I don't know how far out that is, because in my mind, like the only thing I'm thinking of is like implement. I can't even speak today. Like, how do you implement that? Like there's a good group of people that don't even know how to scan a QR code when they go out to dinner. So that's the only hurdle that I see is, like, how do you actually get somebody to like fucking do it and do it right?
Wait, so you said it was identification on the blockchain?
Yeah, so they're like a driver's license. Like, imagine your driver's license and a vehicle registration, like your VIN, vehicle, make, model, all that. Like, imagine that like on a digital wallet, like an app, and you can open it up and there's your driver's license and then there's your car registration, like a DMV app. That's all blockchain signature.
We get into territory just from my personal views. I think it's a convenient thing, but personally, I have just different views on our personal data being fully digital and being on the blockchain. It's not something that I'm for. It kind of ties into like my distaste for CBDCs and shit. It's kind of a little too easy to observe and control the populace when all their data and like all their information and their finances are all on a blockchain that is controlled by the government, right? There's a big difference. So that kind of ties into like, that's more of a personal thing. I'm sure the majority of the US or the world would sign up for those kind of services, digital identity and digital currencies, and they would pitch it to you as a convenience. Oh, look how convenient it is. But it really, really starts to infringe upon your freedoms. At least in my opinion, it infringes on my like freedoms to transact, and then freedom to kind of move, right? Because if all of your records and all of your identity is on a blockchain that the government can control, and I don't know. It goes down conspiracy theory route, so we've already went down earlier tonight, but I do see what you're saying. I think that's coming, bro. And honestly, I think it's something that it's going to come regardless. There's the digital identity shit, all controlled by each state, maybe, or the federal identity is going to be tied to your digital bank account. And you're going to jaywalk across the road and your ticket's going to get deducted. Some camera's going to catch you going 5 miles per hour over the speed limit, and the ticket will be deducted from your account because it's tied to your license plate, which is tied to your digital identity, which is tied to your digital currency. So they'll just deduct the ticket without ever even sending you any paperwork. It's just not. It's kind of the dystopian. Like, I just don't want to. It's just not something I'm looking forward to. But you can already see it's starting, right?
Dude, yeah. So I'm gonna enjoy technology all the way up to like when when it gets to that point, I'm gonna become Amish, bro. So don't worry.
Well, dude, I mean, it's gonna come in the form of convenience. It's be real easy to pitch it to everybody, and I'm guilty of it, right? Like, threads from Instagram popped up, and everybody rushed to go start threads, and they have some overall thing they're calling Fediverse. Now you're a part of the Fediverse, is what it's called, FEDE-verse. I don't know if y'all saw that on threads, but I mean, we knew the type of information we were already giving Instagram and Facebook, but threads accesses it as well. And then if you go to delete your threads, you can't just delete your thread app. You have to delete your whole Instagram profile, because they don't let you just delete one or the other. You delete it as a group. But
Dude, yeah,
that
I was seeing that. I was seeing that, and it's funny because I didn't have Instagram, and I made an Instagram to make a Threads, so double whammy.
yeah, but you see, okay, here's just a micro, right? I don't know if you guys know one of Zuckerberg's most famous quote. Like he has a screenshot from a conversation back in like 2010 when he first made the Facebook, which was a college kind of rating dating kind of app when it first started. And he had shown it to one of his roommates, and then the roommate like texted him back and was like, how the hell did you get everybody to sign up? Like, how did you get people to do this? And his reply was like, I don't know, these idiots just gave me all their information, fucking dumbasses. And that was like, it's been proven true. It was like a text message that he sent. That's how he thought about gathering 4,000 emails, names, phone numbers. Like that's what he thinks. But in the same way, he got 30 million people to go sign up for Threads, me being one of them. And the shit that you're talking about, the digital identity, the digital currencies, it'll come in the form of convenience. It'll be pitched to you in a way that's like, this is going to save you time, or this is going to save you something. It's going to be a convenience thing. The same way Threads popped up and everybody shot over there because it's promised to be the better than Twitter or the Instagram Twitter. It was like, yeah, you'll see, man. Now, what is the Fediverse, though? That's what I'm trying to find out. We already knew Zuckerberg is sold out to the government. Like he's already given them backdoor access to all the apps. But is the Fediverse something that he's building with the government? And why would they name it that? It's the worst name I've ever heard.
Fediverse, use the Fed coin now, all that stuff, bro.
Fed now to pay for your Instagram Plus and your Thread. Yeah, bro. It's all some sheesh. I had a conversation here before. I told everybody, I was like, I'm deleting my Facebook and Instagram. And I was close to deleting my Instagram until they announced Threads because I wanted to see if it was going to be a better platform. And I'm starting to lean towards deleting my entire Fediverse profile. Anything tied to Meta and the Fediverse, like I'm on the verge of deleting. You couldn't even think of a cooler name. You literally just put Fed in the beginning of Everse instead of Metaverse. It's Fediverse.
Bro, yeah, he's fucking with us, dude. There's like no way, bro. Like, honestly, I can't even like. When I first heard that, I thought it was a joke, but like you just confirmed it for me. Like that's a real thing. They're actually doing that. So that's fucking wild.
Yeah, no, bro. They I mean, no, it's no secret. It's no secret that Instagram, Facebook, and all the Meta apps all have like our NSA and the CIA have backdoors to all the apps. Like I just was watching a documentary last night, and the CIA started to ditch some of their own apps to just use like they started to use Facebook more than their own apps to locate and track people's movement because they were posting on Facebook and it was just easier to find the people they needed through connections on Facebook than their own CIA apps. So yeah, bro, they've been working together for a long time. I mean, Twitter as well. Twitter before before Musk had bought it, they had like the NSA had an office at the Twitter headquarters. They were working in Twitter.
Fucking A, man. Dude, shout out Elon Musk for that. Yeah, I was reading about that, the Twitter files and all that shit, bro. That's fucking wild, dude. It just goes to show, like, I don't know. I think everything's big business, right? Everything's business, so fuck it, whatever, I'm chilling, smoking some weed. I got cool shit. Got family, eating good. I'm on spaces with motherfuckers that share the same views as me. Like, it's pretty chill, Like, can't complain. But fuck, dude, I feel like some crazy shit's gonna happen, and I hope it doesn't happen. And I hope like world peace, bro. That's all I fucking want is, I just fuck the bullshit, bro. Everybody just smoke a joint, like. But on that note, guys, I do gotta go. I do gotta take off. I gotta get to bed soon. So I love y'all. Keep it pushing. Great vibes. I appreciate y'all. Have a great night.
Good talk, Scary. Thanks for coming up, bro.
No, yeah, of course. Thanks for hosting the space, bro. Like, honestly, like, it's like motherfuckers like you that I'm still here, bro. So, Yeah, shout out to all the real ones. Like, if you're here, you're building and supporting. So, shout out, y'all.
Appreciate you, bro. Have a good night, man. What's
Hey,
up,
man,
Chef?
I just want to say, bro, after that conversation, I just want to let y'all know, like, that's why I look directly into my camera lens. Like, when I'm trying to find something to wear, I'm like, hey, federal agent, man, what do you think? Red, blue? Which one, man? Because I've just gotten to the point where I've accepted that I'm just being watched. But you know what? If I'm so interesting, I mean, have at it, bro. I mean, if you just want to follow me around, see what I'm up to, bro, like, I don't give a shit at this point, bro. So hey, let's make friends, bro. Just talk to me. I know you there. I know you watching. Some dude in a white shirt and a tie with a headset on. He's just watching my every move, bro. Come on, bro. Take a break, man.
Um, Who's that one dude who worked for the NSA that defected? He's like has to live in Russia now, but they made a whole movie on him.
I
Snowden.
forgot. Came to my mind that Circle, was it the Circle movie where they were all being recorded and the whole slogan was like, if you're not doing anything wrong, then why do you care about being recorded? Like, it should always be recorded. Keeps everyone safe.
Nobody's safe until everybody's safe.
And they had to do things like they had to go to the camera and say, I can consent to this activity, like they're about to like have sex or something. They're like, I consent to this, and then the other person has to say, I consent to this, and then they're able to turn the camera off, and it's like time limited or something. I don't know, bro. That movie was so dystopian. I was like, bro, this is what we're heading to, man.
There's so many movies that I thought were dystopian that are now starting to make sense. I'm like, oh shit, they weren't dystopian like this. These things are real as fuck.
Yeah, they were just ahead of the time, man. That was it. I mean, but you're right. Like,
They definitely use movies to tell you what's coming, right? I think The Simpsons is also, um, rather than The Simpsons predicting things, I think The Simpsons knows what's coming in a weird way. They always think they predict shit, but there's movies that are out there that are way ahead of their time, and then now you look back, they go, "Holy shit, that movie was a little too accurate for what's going on."
and there's TV shows and movies, or no, TV shows and books that are about the premises is like, and I always thought they were very interesting. It's like the main character is able to know what's going to happen because they basically have gotten down to a science. Like, because X, Y, and Z is going on, it's going to end like this. And it's just because they understand how humans work to a T. And so it's kind of like being able to tell exactly what's going on. That's why I feel like if The Simpsons, if the guy, if he's not from the future, bro, then he must have like, I don't know. He just has some foresight that he just like, oh, this is going on. Well, this is how this is going to end, and he just draws it up or whatever. But yeah, I don't know where this is going to go. I've always grown up with the saying of like, if you want to see what's going to happen in the next 10 years, just look at what China's doing. And China's doing some things that they've already got, cameras pretty much everywhere, street view or something like that, they call it. They have a one kind of like payment system. And, it, depending on the type of citizen that you are, depends on how good your credit score is. All right. So there's a lot of layering things to their system and it works for them. But, how much of that is the United States going to implement? And for the past few decades, I mean, it's always been that way where it's like whatever China's doing, that's what the US will be doing a version of in the next 10 years. But NFTs on books is a must. We need books on NFTs. Now I understand literature where, you know, I'm pretty sure we'll get into some legal issues if we're just copying every book. But as far as historical like books or notes and things like that. Like all of that stuff needs to be preserved on blockchain, for sure. We don't need another Andrew happening in our generation.
Did you say the Library of Alexander?
Yep, we don't need that in our generation.
Andrea. No, I was literally about to say the exact same thing. That wouldn't have happened if they had it on the blockchain. Can't burn down that.
Hey, bro, that's their fault, bro. They weren't thinking ahead. They were so smart. They couldn't invent the blockchain, bro. Come on, that's easy. Bro, they were straight up saying like there was books like this is a lot of conspiracy stuff, but like there were some guys that were like, bro, these guys were so smart, like they were making them seem like gods, bro. They were like they were so smart. They predicted all this stuff. They could do all these amazing like feats. But as soon as that library burned down, it just all got lost. So I'm just like, bro, how the fuck like this shit just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, we need to preserve as much historic stuff as possible. And if we can at least do it in NFT format, that would be great too. Because with the environment, not only just because of like, there's some people that are like, oh, I don't care about the polar bears, they go extinct. Like, there can be some animals that go extinct. There can be some, locations. Venice is sinking. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things that we need to be capturing as much of and putting it permanently on the blockchain as much as possible.
I just saw a video recently, them like taking from, I forgot what school it was from or what state it was from, but they were removing a ton, like boxes and boxes of books from the schools to like either re-up on them or just take out any books that just no longer fit the current education system. But
That's
yeah.
scary, man. And we're doing that here in Texas.
Oh, it was Texas, I think, bro. I thought
It's all the southern states, man. I don't mean to offend anybody, but we're always doing stuff backwards. And I can say that because I've been down here my whole life, man. We're always doing the less progressive option. Whatever is actually allows us to go backward in time, I'm just gonna say it, bro. Most people here, they just like how life was during the like 60s, right? They think there's some people, and I'm not talking about the racist stuff. I'm talking about just the lifestyle. If you're gay, you stay in the closet. If you're this and that, you're just an outcast. Like they liked it like that, bro. And however they can get us back to that point in time, they're going to take that route. That's basically
they're not going to live long enough to be able to do it. That's the irony.
Yeah, that is 100% true, man. But like the conversations I've had with people, they're just like, y'all just have young folks who just poison this world. I'm like, us? Like, what the
what?
Hell?
I haven't even had a chance yet.
Just ask them what
the average
age of Congress and the average age of like the Supreme Court justices. Just ask them the average ages of that, and then it should answer their question.
Yeah, I want to mandate Nikes on everyone's feet instead of these like shitty Adidas. And this is only my personal opinion. This does not reflect the opinions of Artifact or any of the people within this space. These are solely my opinions. Okay.
Hey, you gotta name that Bill Waterloo. Oh my god, man.
Bro, the other day somebody came over. Lucky I had their size. They came with some like grungy, I don't know what the Kanye shoes, the shoes with the shoes inside of it. Yeah, they came in my house with that. They got like dog poop on my front mat. Okay, I take pride in my front mat because it's clean. I also hose down my dog forcefully if he like brings dirt on my. Bro, I cut up those shoes so fast, and I threw them out. I just like, I can't deal with dirty shoes, man. Like even my slips are brand new slips because I accidentally wore my other ones outside. So now they're outside shoes. But don't ever bring Adidas, Pumas, anything but Nikes to my house. I just bought my first Jordan shirt today. After the gym, this is the first one I've ever owned. I realize it is a Nike product, so I can own it.
Yo, Kiro, man, if people come over your house with like some Adidas on, do you like stop them at the door and hand them some like?
They leave it outside and they take the Nike slips and put them on.
Nike slips.
I got Air Max slips in the closet here. I got a few different ones, man. I even got some Converse slips. Okay. I don't discriminate against my Nike bags. But like I just know like even I had to throw away my brother's New Balances because they're disgusting and they smelled. Like just like leave them in your car. Come in your socks or something. I'll give you a fresh pair of Nike socks.
Kiro's like, hey man, you're gonna have to take those off, man. Here's a fresh pair of Nike slips. You know what? You can keep these, bro. How about we just throw these New Balances away, bro? I'll just take care of that for you. Jesus Christ.
Kiro seems like that
Bro.
kind of guy. He like takes someone Adidas, but he'll hand them a new pair of Nikes. Like, fix yourself before you walk in my place, bro.
I have another pair of Air Max Bolts here. They're size 11s. You know, if they yeah. But that's also why a lot of people don't like to come over.
Hey man, I'll be scared to come over, bro. I'll be like, yo, let me check my shoes. Ah, shit. I got the Adidas on, man. Hey, we gotta go back to the house, bro. Oh man, bro, that shit.
No, seriously, bro. I've never I have like dress shoes. I have dress shoes, but those shoes I don't. Yeah.
Hey, I bet you Nike would make a killing with Nike dress shoes. I don't even know if they have some. Bruh.
I have 4 pairs of Jordans now. This is the most Jordans I've ever owned.
Wait, seriously, for those who know, is there Nike dress shoes? For real?
There used to be like a company that made like casual shoes that they owned, but I believe that they just license the insole technology now.
Okay.
Yes, there are Nike dress shoes. It was Jordan dress shoes. They had hard bottoms. They had, I think, like the Jordan 21s or something like that. They made them look like tuxedo shoes. So yeah, it's been all types of hard bottoms and dress shoes now.
That's that I might need to look into that, man. But hey, now we know, man. Kiro's house, Nike only. Hey, Kiro, what are you gonna do if you can throw on some Nikes, man?
Bro, the best thing you can do for yourself is buy Nike stock and then buy Nike products. It hasn't like I'm doing pretty well. Like even
subscribe.
I replaced my my shorts collection with all Nike shorts now.
Yo, my bad, Kiro. You know, I've been like in spaces with Kiro for over half a year, and I still haven't figured out his speaking cadence. He like will throw you with a pause, and then he'll come back in, and he keeps you on your toes. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. Subscribe. Hit us with something, man.
Yo, I'm actually running right now. I gotta lose some weight because Web3 made me fat. So